Okay, thank you. Vanessa? Okay. All right, so I'm calling select board meeting to order on May 2nd, 2023 at 6:31 PM. We've got a very, very full agenda. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Where's Sam? There's Sam. There's Sam. Okay. So as always, we're going to start out with public comment for non-agenda items, 3 minutes in length. To talk about something you want us to hear, we will listen, but we will not react because it's not on the agenda. Are you coming up, Dorian? Okay, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Dorian Jasinski and I reside at 33 Presidential Drive in Southborough, obviously. Voltaire once said that appreciation is a wonderful thing. It makes what is excellent in others belong to us as well. I wanted to take a moment tonight to recognize and show appreciation to two of the most wonderful, outstanding select board members this town has ever had, Chelsea Malinowski and Lisa Braccio. Ladies, your uncompromised integrity and your unwavering loyalty and dedication to this community has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for all you've done and all you will continue to do for each of us. And we have some flowers to show our appreciation. Wow. I agree with consent.
Thank you. Thank you, Dorian.
Thank you.
Those are very nice bouquets.
Very beautiful.
Thank you. And I had such a smile on my face.
Yeah. Okay, Deb?
Good evening, members of the select board. My name is Debbie Demurian, 58 Flag Road, member of the planning board and speaking as a private citizen. At the 2022 annual town meeting, the town voted to approve warrant article 30 to add chapter 43 to the town code titled Rules and Regulations of Public Bodies, which was approved by the Attorney General on August 26, 2022. The bylaw under section 43-2 allows public bodies to promulgate rules and regulations to which the public must comply. It stipulates that before such rules are adopted, the public body shall hold a public hearing regarding the respective proposed rule. The bylaw applies to any multi-member board that qualifies as a public body and includes our boards and committees, including the select board. The town bylaw defines rules and regulations as rules that the public must follow. This means that for rules that are also named policies and guidelines, they also instruct the public and they should follow the same process. Of the 24 select board policies listed on the town website, 4 are titled as policy, guidelines, or procedure for the public to follow. They are the ADA grievance procedure, special licenses policy, public records access policy, and public comment policy. These are examples of a common set of understandings between the public and the town and provide rules for the public to follow, and they should be subject to chapter 43. Other policies, such as town email policy, for example, does not contain a rule for the general public. They should not be subject to chapter 43. I bring this to your attention for 2 very important reasons. The ZBA passed rules and regulations at their meeting on March 22nd, 2023, with the proper 7-day notice. However, a copy of the final proposed rule change for which the public must comply was not on file with the town clerk as per the process outlined in chapter 43-2, and therefore was not a suitable notice. In other words, the public was not duly informed. Those who sign up to receive hearing notices, such as myself, did not receive a proper notice. With over 50 boards and committees, it would be nearly impossible to keep up with rules and reg changes without proper consolidated notifications. So speaking for myself, an active participant in town government, I missed the hearing because I did not check every agenda that week in time to participate. And I'm a little embarrassed about that myself because I wanted to attend. This is an unreasonable burden to put on the public. The second reason I bring this up is that the select board has 2 policies it wishes to vote on this evening, namely a revision to the public comment guideline and a new tree policy. Both documents contain instruction or rules for the public, and neither have been properly noticed with the town clerk's office. This means a copy on file with the town clerk with 7 days advance notice, although the tree policy has been discussed at the planning board last week and many times in the past. I bring this to you, a public comment tonight to make you aware and to take action. I'd also like to ask if you could restore the notice of public hearing section of the website, which sends notification alerts to those who sign up. The system is vital and it used to work, and now it's defunct. I ask you to work with the town clerk, who should be receiving notices of public hearings, and post them electronically so the public does not need to check every board and committee website to be informed. As a town, we have clearly identified that we want members of the public to be engaged and participate in the public process and provide input into the rules to which they will be subject. We want this to be as easy as possible to restore faith in our town leaders who serve on boards. Thank you.
All right, first item is Jason here?
Yes.
He's been moved over?
No.
Vanessa, can you move Jason over? So Jason Malinowski is here to update us on the status of the process to consider the renovation, rebuild, expansion of NERI with the Massachusetts Society of Building Administration. And then he's also going to ask us to make some fairly minor changes to the charge for the NERI School Building Committee Ad Hoc Committee. There he is. Hey, Jason,
Good evening.
it's all yours.
All right, thank you for the time this evening, and I'll hopefully make it brief for you. But last Wednesday marked a very important milestone for the town in the MSBA process, where we were advanced to the feasibility round after completing a 270-day eligibility period. I would like to first of all thank Superintendent Martineau and his entire team for their efforts, as well as the rest of the NERI Building Committee that collaborated at certain points during that process to get all the deliverables in and receive very minor feedback along the way from the MSBA to get us to this point of now where we're going to proceed into feasibility, which is where we're going to access some of the funds that were appropriated at the 2022 annual town meeting. With that will come a slew of requirements that we are required to meet to get the percentage match that the MSBA will offer to us as part of the feasibility, so that we don't incur through taxpayer funding the full cost of the feasibility and hopefully ultimately the cost of any construction that we do on the NERI site. One of those things is going to require significant administrative burden for the committee to meet those requirements. So what we have done here tonight is provide you a red line of some changes that we would ask that you make to our charge to allow us to continue our work. Obviously, all of our work will continue to happen in open public meetings as required by Mass General Law, and will allow us to continue without coming back every single time we need an administrative step taken to the select board. So the summary of changes are as follows. First and foremost, and this is probably the most urgent part of our request, is we are asking that you allow us the ability to create and appoint our own subcommittees from within our own membership. This is actually a requirement of the MSBA process. The first subcommittee that we would be creating as early as Monday, if you allow for this, would be a OPM selection process, which is where we would go out and do a public solicitation under the various procurement laws and hire our owner's project management that would see this project from start to finish. We would then move into a designer selection right after that. We are required to have a subcommittee per the MSBA rules. We actually think it's a great step. And then that subcommittee then reports back to the NERI Building Committee as part of the procurement. And ultimately, your board would still have the awarding authority as you do with other boards, committees, commissions, et cetera, and contracts that the town engages in. So that is our first request. Our second request is related to our membership. The school committee at their last public meeting discussed the following. which was they currently have 2 school committee members on their on our charge. So they basically recommended and you subsequently appointed 2 school committee members. And they're willing to go down to 1 with the understanding that we're going to add an additional at-large member to continue to build our ranks, especially in the with expertise in engineering, construction, and design. We think that is a skill that we could use some improvement on as part of our membership, and appreciate some of the recruitment that's already starting to be done to try to fill that role. So that was discussed in a public meeting in the Southborough School Committee, and they are requesting that change. And finally, from a general membership update, we're going to be losing 2 very key members of our committee, Lisa as the select board liaison, and Katura Martin as the school committee liaison moving forward. My understanding is your board will vote at your first public meeting after the election of who will join us. The school committee will do the same right after the election. But we're also been notified and already asked our ad hoc members, our at-large members, who wants to continue. And we do know that 2 of our 4 are not going to be able to make the time commitment to move into the next phase. So ultimately, we are going to be looking for you to make some appointments very quickly once your new board is constituted in mid-May. So just putting that on the horizon. The reason that's important is the Neary Building Committee needs to continue to work to meet our deadlines from the MSBA. But obviously, we're going to be going through a period of change because of the changes I just outlined. So just something to be aware of. We are going to ask you to move expeditiously through that. But also, this committee has a unique makeup such that the MSBA also has to approve changes that are made to the committee. So naturally, you all will appoint, but then we actually go through an MSBA review process of the qualifications of the individuals, and they weigh in on whether we have the right composition of the committee, and they have very strict criteria of what they're looking for to create the balance that would be required throughout the process to achieve the ultimate results. So we do have to run through that administrative hurdle after you do ultimately your job. So that's item 2. And then item 3 is, you can discuss and potentially vote on this, but there are a series of documents that will continue to need to be required by the chief executive officer of the town. Many towns, select boards that serve as the chief executive officer, which is your role, have delegated that to town administrators. And if you so choose, that would obviously assist in the administrative burden that we will continue to entail with some of the documents. All of these documents go through town council review as well, and it's our town council. It's not school council, just to be clear on who the reviewing council are. So if you so choose, a third motion or vote that we may ask you to take tonight would be to authorize Mr. Purple to sign on behalf of the board and any MSBA documentation that has been through the Neary Building Committee process. So in summary, we're asking for 3 votes tonight, and I'd ask you to just focus on some dates, and I can explain it if I've caused any confusion. But item 1 would be to amend our charge as presented, effective immediately for all changes but the membership. Vote 2 would be to make a motion to approve the membership changes effective May 10th, 2023. And then vote 3, if you so choose, would be to designate the town administrator to sign as the chief executive on behalf of the select board for any MSBA documentation that's been through the proper review during this process. So I'll pause, happy to clarify any of that, but those are the 3 items we're looking for tonight.
All right, so I'll start and then see what everybody else has as far as questions go. So how many at-large members do you have right now?
4.
Okay, and 2 of those are going to step down?
Correct.
So you'll need 3 new ones if this charge gets approved.
Correct.
Okay. And is there not a second school committee member now?
There are. So one is Jen Primack, who is not up for election. And the second is Katura, who's obviously choosing not to run again.
Okay, so you do need to place it. Okay, so that makes sense.
And then the school committee will take up, I think Jen is looking to be swapped out. So we do expect that there likely would be a new person in that spot.
Okay. So Jen doesn't want to continue as a school committee, correct?
Just due to time commitments, yeah.
No, this will be a lot of time. Okay, so I think we got that. All right, questions, Chelsea? Lisa? Sam?
I'm fine with it.
Andrew?
I'm fine with it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we've got 3 votes. We'll do them one at a time. So I'll make the first motion to amend the charge of the Neary School Building Ad Hoc Committee to reflect the changes that are in front of us as far as the red lines that we see,
Second,
except membership, effective immediately.
second.
Okay. Everybody okay with that one? Okay, all in favor? Okay, so 5-0. So there's the first one. Second one is I'm making a motion to change the membership as described in the memo in front of us to reduce school committee members from 2 to 1, to increase residents at large from 4 to 5.
Second,
Oh, okay. Oh, excuse me.
I think you need to make an
Effective
effective
May
date on that.
10th. May 10th?
Yes.
Yep.
The goal would be to, in the goal, just to make sure it's very clear to everyone why we're asking this, the goal is to allow Katura to finish out because we do need to appoint a
Okay,
subcommittee.
I get it. All right,
on
so
Monday.
I make the motion. I'm in the motion, what I said, and it's effective May 10th, 2023.
second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so that one's done.
I've got a question about number 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I guess I don't mind having select board sign that stuff. I don't know how much work there is with that, but I guess I'm less enthusiastic about delegating that to town administrator personally. But
So Jason, when someone signs, is it one signature? Or is it all 5 select board members?
It's one. So you could also delegate it to be your select board representative at any point in time, right? So for example, if we needed something signed today and you passed this, Lisa could sign on behalf of the board. Our goal is not to have to be on every one of your agendas moving forward, is the goal with this. So I think you can all discuss whether it's your select board representative or it's the town administrator, but our goal is not to have an agenda item each time, as like I said.
All right, so if we pick one or the other, you won't be on the agenda every time.
Right.
Correct. Yeah, and we're indifferent as long as your board agrees on the process.
And you probably don't know the answer to this, but you don't know how time sensitive some of the documents are, or do you?
I mean, most of them you have a couple of weeks, but I know just since last Wednesday, the amount of stuff that's come over and already gone through council has been significant.
Okay, Sam, what do you want to do?
If we're talking about, 20 a week or something like that, then
No,
that's,
no.
That couldn't be.
I guess my preference is to have a designated select board member, could be the committee member or somebody else to do the final signing and review. But I don't feel super strong about that, but
Andrew?
I'm comfortable with Jason's recommendation to have Mr. Purple be the designee for purposes of signing that, just because, I mean, I can think back, we've already had in our own experience, times where we have things need to be signed very quickly, upcoming deadlines, and even among the 5 of us, there's not someone who's we can really know with certainty they're going to be available on a particular day. So that's why I'd be comfortable with that.
So I'm not sure I really care, other than, sometimes when something needs to be signed, it is inconvenient to jump up and run down there when you're in the middle of doing something.
I don't feel strongly about it.
You don't feel that strongly? All
Right.
right, so let's go with Jason's recommendation then and let Mark
okay.
be our
Okay.
signing designee.
I mean, one thing you can do is just the select board member who is the designee on the committee to just periodically keep us informed through a member's report at each meeting about where we are in this process. I think that's helpful.
That's her job. Right? So, all right. Okay, you're okay with that, Mark?
I'm fine.
I mean, you do the same thing with the, so you've done this a lot
With
of times,
everything
right?
else.
I know. Okay. All right. So I'll make a motion to appoint or delegate to Mark Purple as town administrator the signing of the various documents needed to comply with the process with the MSBA.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0. Okay, Jason, you got your 3 votes. So before you go, can we go back to the feasibility study cost? So if my memory serves me correct, we approved $950,000 in May 22.
We did.
Okay, and at this point, do we think that is enough? I mean, I forget what we did to come up with 950. I thought we were pretty conservative, but I don't remember.
Yeah, we have, my understanding is, while supply is certainly still an issue in terms of labor, our understanding is the market has stabilized a little bit in terms of rates in hours and fee structures. And then one of the documents that we did receive from the MSBA, and Kathy, I'm sure you remember the exact precise percentage, we actually have gone up about 1%, so we're in just north of 39% in terms of reimbursement rate now.
Yeah.
So remember, 950 is the full cost. If we do it right and follow the process, we should be getting 39%, just north of 39% back through this initial process.
And this, I don't remember, maybe Chelsea does. I don't know what's in the fiscal year 24 budget for this, for debt service, if there's anything. So we'll look at that. Okay, that's not.
Brian temporarily bonded this one, if I remember correctly, in that last round you did in March.
Okay, so he must have it in the budget then.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'd be interest payment only, but yeah, we start paying principal next year based on the capital plan.
All right, so here we go. All right, okay, so that's it.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So we'll appoint the select board replacement for Lisa on the 23rd. Wait 2 minutes, okay. All right, so ladies, you want to come on up? Deb? And so next on our agenda is we have a consolidated tree hearing with the planning board who has 3 members here tonight. So we've already called our meeting to order. I will open the consolidated tree hearing and then turn it over to Ms. Latrell to call her board to order. Which is a seat. Okay, and then Mr. Purple will read the hearing notices once you've done. What's the matter? So go ahead and call your board to order.
The planning board is now in session.
Mr. Purple.
First hearing this evening, public hearing notice for scenic road tree removal for 79 Oak Hill Road, Southborough Planning Board and Tree Warden under the requirements of the Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 15C and Chapter 87, Section 3, conduct a public hearing Tuesday, May 2nd, 6:30 PM, Southborough Townhouse, McAuliffe Hearing Room, 17 Common Street, and via Zoom. Discuss the removal of 2 white oak trees, 68-inch and 78-inch diameter, located 79 Oak Hill Road. Meeting will be conducted as a hybrid meeting via remote participation and in person. Those who wish to watch or participate remotely may do so by accessing the meeting link at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Application can be viewed in person at the planning board office at the Southborough Townhouse or online at www.southboroughtown.com/planning/board dashboard. Any person wishing to be heard on proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated. Christopher Leroy, Tree Warden designee, Mimi Latrell, Chair, Southborough Planning Board.
Thank you. So Mr. and Mrs. Watkins, you want to come on up? Yeah, well, you could do either, but if you both want to come, you can come there. So it's where you're more comfortable.
She's a little nervous.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Andrew Watkins. Have resided at 79 Oak Hill Road for 3 years now. And in those 3 years, there's been numerous close calls backing out or even pulling forward out of our driveway. We went through the process and applied, spoke with Chris. And we had an arborist report done, and the arborist report said that the trees were healthy. They just needed trimming. There must have been some miscommunication because we never questioned the health of the tree. We're questioning the trunks of the tree, blocking the view of Oak Hill Road. Having said that, I am crash reconstruction certified in the state of Massachusetts. I conduct fatal crash reconstruction. And based on my training experience, these trees pose a substantial risk to serious bodily injury or death. Based on the no sight lines, just the speed, 35 miles an hour, and the distance, along with someone's reaction time to either seeing the taillights or seeing any part of that vehicle come out, based on the operator seeing the vehicle come out from the driveway or the cars driving on Oak Hill. It's gonna be a point where part one hits point A, part two is beginning to back out or pull forward, and there's gonna be nothing you can do to stop it. With that, a lot of traffic on Oak Hill and a lot of big fully loaded trucks, as we all know last week. I asked that both trees be removed due to the safety issues that they pose. And just quick math, 35 miles an hour is 51 feet per second. A person's reaction time is 1.6 seconds. That's how we calculate the reaction time. So just 40 miles an hour is 58.6 feet per second. The total distance from perceiving to reaction to full stop is 198 feet. It takes substantial distance to stop cars. And that's with full sedan with 4 working brakes and tires. We all know that that's not always the case. If you have any questions, that's all I have.
So just to be clear what the process is, so this is the 5-member select board on the right, and on the left is 3 of the 5 members of the current planning board. Oak Hill is a scenic road, and therefore we have a consolidated hearing with the planning board and select board to basically hear this and make a decision. There's 8 people here tonight, so we'll take a vote of at least 5, one way or the other, to make this decision.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so Mimi, I'm going to turn it over to you to get the planning board's view questions.
Sure. Thank you. So I know initially when Mr. Leroy went out, he did say that he didn't find there to be a site plan issue, and he had the chief at the time also go out to see. And he trimmed the trees just to increase your sight lines. We also, our current chief also went out and said that there was not a sightline issue. And I know trees I live on Oregon Road and I have a stone wall and several trees. It takes me, I have to look several times, and I'm on a corner. So, you know, these things happen. If you live in the suburbs, they're going to be trees and you just have to be careful. So I'm not in favor of removing those 2 big, huge, healthy trees. Ms. Houlihan?
Thanks, Ms. Luttrell. Thank you for your appeal. This is a tree city here. 68-foot trees are almost 300 years old, like 298 years old or something, close to that. It's very hard to tear down a 300-year-old oak tree that is so beautiful and so healthy in this town. When I looked and I drove the site, I understand the concerns. I would defer to the police chief if he doesn't believe there's an issue. The trees were here long before humans living on that street. I would like to, I would not vote to take down the trees. I would highly recommend that whether this town or you as a resident put in mirrors. And if we could allow some sort of mirror that allows that type of ability to see oncoming vehicles without damaging the trees. Mr. Miria.
I just to add, and I agree with both. I don't support taking down live trees on scenic roads. We've had arborist reports that go up and down all of our scenic roads who have made recommendations in the past of taking down dead, dying, and poor trees. And I did a quick calculation a couple years ago, and that's about 70% of trees on scenic roads. So it's not perfect. We know that. But I really have to object to taking down a live tree, because if we took down a live tree, that would be 100% of trees, and we'd have a lot of people speeding on our roads. So I have to agree that I don't support taking down live trees. Thanks.
All right, so select board, so Andrew?
So here's my perspective on this. This road is kind of unique in that we've had this controversy that's come up before about what roads are scenic and what roads are deserving of a scenic road designation. This one really kind of is, because it has developed this very nice tree canopy over the years. And very sensitive to the concern that you've addressed. Have you looked into any way of, getting mirrors so that you could position them? So if you're backing out, or
So my concern with the mirrors are great for small residential streets where you might have one car coming, but Oak Hill Road is a thoroughfare cut through between Ashland and Route 9. Mirrors still require reaction time. And that's my concern, is once the car hits point A, there's no matter what someone does, the 1.6 seconds is gonna put that car into the other car. So I don't know if mirrors is the best option for Oak Hill Road based on the speed and the distance and where the trees are located. Just in my experience as doing this for town of Natick.
okay, so I mean, this is one where concern I have is you take out those two trees, it does kind of interrupt the pattern there of the canopy, and I don't want to in any way downplay the safety concerns that you're addressing, but I'm going to kind of listen to the rest of the discussion and see how I come out.
Sam?
My turn. Thank you. I'm also obviously interested in the safety issue. I'm typically a fan of keeping trees if at all possible. And I did actually drive past, I looked pretty carefully at the sight lines through there. And I agree, I think backing out on that road is potentially dangerous, but I think there's also space up near the garage to actually turn around and head out. And if you do head out, I think there is reasonable distance, sight distance in both directions, as a matter of fact. Now, that's less convenient in a lot of ways, certainly. But I think there is opportunity for, driving habits to mitigate a large portion of that risk. And I agree with previous comments that it's a real shame to remove a tree that's that large, that old, that beautiful. So I'm not in favor of removing the trees unless somebody else comes up with a compelling reason that I haven't heard so far.
Lisa?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your concerns. I know when we had initially walked this and talked about these trees back in August, excuse me, of last year, and there were hearings for it then. They're beautiful trees, they're valuable trees, and I know you appreciate that as well. I do take into account our chiefs as well, and that's not to take away from your process or your thought process on the safety of your family. These are public shade trees, they're owned by the town. I did look at the sightlines as well. I agree, Mr. Stivers. I wondered as well if there was a better way instead of backing out. I live on Oregon Road as well, and just down from Ms. Luttrell, actually. So there is a curve and there are cars that come flying down, and I have to look again and look again. Because again, I agree, in a split second, something could happen. I know there hasn't been any real safety concerns there as far as accidents that have taken place recently.
We did have a car crash into the tree.
Well, okay,
I mean,
but I
the
mean,
other way, right.
right. Someone traveling down Oak
Thank
Hill.
God, right.
So, at this time, while I appreciate your concerns, I am also in favor of not cutting the trees down. Again, the 300 years is something pretty strong and pretty historic. And Andrew, I think you made a very good point with the canopy as well as you go down Oak Hill. It's just all in line together, and it's very pleasing. So thank you.
Chelsea?
Thank you for coming and for raising this to both boards. I also take what our chiefs say. And, you know, we rely on them to help us make decisions like these. And, you know, the planning board sitting to our left has worked really hard to make sure that we don't lose trees that we value in this town. So at this time, I agree with their board and my fellow board members, but I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Does anybody know, is the chief crash reconstruction certified in the state of Massachusetts? I don't know if you'll know that, but I think that's a
don't
big
know.
distinction. I did 240 hours. I had to take tests and be certified by the Middlesex County District Attorney's Office. Not everybody can we can do the basic crashes, but fatal crashes have to be investigated by the state police and crash reconstruction certified
So
officers.
we acknowledge your expertise. We don't know the answer to that. But we do have a lot of confidence in the chiefs. I thought, did both chiefs go or just Newell?
Yes.
Both went? Okay. But I also know that you guys are probably sitting there saying, you don't live in our house. We're the ones that drive it every day. You don't, I live over in a kind of a dangerous area too. And I know, my neighborhood came forth a couple years ago and tried to get select board. I wasn't on it at that point to do something. And the select board went over and drove it and came back and said, we didn't see a problem. And, we all thought, you just don't understand. You didn't get there at the right time. You don't know, So anyway, so I get that. But if you saw a blue car turn around your driveway a few hours ago, that was me. So we have gone over and looked at it. So they are nice trees,
Yeah.
nice place. So I want to hear from Mr. Leroy before we actually make a vote. So Chris, can you come up for a moment and tell us what you have done, et cetera?
Yeah, you can stay there. Yeah.
Yeah, you stay right there.
Over the past couple of years, we've had these trees come forward on several occasions. And we've had arborists look at them. We've had the chiefs look at them. Like he said, we haven't had any crash reconstruction, anything like that. In depth looked at them, but we relied on the chiefs, we relied on the arborists, and that was the recommendations that came back each time was to keep the trees. And that's we're here tonight in your hands. So.
Okay, all right. So thank you. Go ahead, Marnie.
Actually, Chris, before you leave, is there a way to, I understand mirrors might not be the best, but is there something that you would recommend that you could put on a tree that wouldn't damage the tree, that would be able to see oncoming traffic?
I mean, I think mirrors are the only option, and I don't know if how
Like
well of an
straps or
option that
something?
is there. I can't really speak to that.
Because you'd probably have to nail them in is what I'm thinking, right? To be able to, and could that potentially harm the health of the tree?
I mean, it's hard to say, it's hard to say for sure. Because, power companies, utility companies put cables through trees with bolts. I mean, if it's done correctly, it can be feasible, but I can't speak to the viability of how mirrors are going to work in this location. I have no expertise on that.
That's fair. Thanks.
Yep.
My only other comment to the boards is just thinking about if this is a repeated thing, it's dangerous. You guys are thinking, we don't like to exit our driveway. They're town-owned trees. Is there something that we can do to help slow the path of traffic? Whether it's flashing lights or honestly put in a crosswalk, even though no one's ever going to use it. But is there any way that we could paint something to mitigate that? And could you involve the DPW? Just my thoughts, because I appreciate the concerns.
Now, you remember we did a truck study of the whole town, right? That was this past year, and that truck study concluded that that road is very optimal to put a truck exclusion on. There's 51 trucks that go up and down, big trucks that go up and down every day. So we know that. So it's something we haven't finished doing. We did Flag Road, which was the impetus for that truck study. So we got that one done, but we haven't forgotten that we still got to deal with the Oak Hill, those trucks going up and down. So if we had a truck exclusion, it would certainly reduce the number of those big trucks going up and down. So I think that's something we should continue to look at,
Yeah.
as far as that, because the problem with that is, Oak Hill goes into Ashland, right? So we've got a problem. It's not as easy as you might think, or we just do it. But you got to get around the Ashland problem. So it's still, we know we've got to deal with it. And so we should do that. Is it any different? Do you worry more in the summer than the winter because of the leaves?
No, I just think that the sight line.
It's a trunk.
The
The
trunk
trunk
of
of
the
the
tree is the
Yeah.
ultimate problem. It's 66 or 70, I forget the exact number on each side.
Yeah.
You just can't see around it. And I'm sure my wife doesn't want to speak to it, but she pulls out of the driveway, and even still, you really have to get almost halfway into that lane before you can truly see
Mhm.
both ways. And
So she already turns around and goes out
she
front
turns
first.
around and drives over my grass. Yeah.
So it looks like it's, well, Andrew, you want to go back to you? You were gonna decide for everything?
It sounds like there is a consensus of the boards to keep the tree in place. But I mean, one last thing I'd like to say is I hope, because we've had some of these other hearings where it seems like we don't want to. I know other people made this point, not insensitive to the safety concerns, and I hope that, if it's not approved to take down the tree, that doesn't discourage other people from coming forward and requesting that a tree removed, even if it is a live tree, if they think that there's a safety concern. And there are other ones that we've approved, but they have been on these, streets where there's less of a concern about it interrupts the whole kind of canopy and the scenic nature of a street.
My neighbor just had their tree taken down because of health. So I mean,
Mhm.
one of the trees is already down, so on the same side. So I don't know if the canopy is continuing. I just hate to see something happen to a human because of a tree.
But I mean, there was a discussion probably more than a year ago where a group of Oak Hill residents came and did a whole presentation about their concerns about the speed. That was before the traffic study. And I think, one of the issues is, if I'm recalling this correctly, the speed limit is lower, I want to say like 25, then it goes, as it crests the hill, it goes up. And then if you go down into the intersection with Route 9, it goes down again. So it almost incentivizes you to speed up, and then you're going down the hill. So that's maybe something we could look into.
I
Either-
honestly think the speed of Oak Hill, 35 miles an hour, is probably the right speed for that road. It's built correctly for that speed. It's just even at 35 with the 1.6 reaction time, you're already going 51 feet before you even react to seeing the taillights or the headlights or someone at the mailbox. It's just, even at the speed limit, 30 miles an hour, you're still going to be close. If not making contact and causing an accident or crash.
Wonder if we could put a blind driveway ahead kind of sign on each side out there to say caution or something like that. I've seen those signs. That's not perfect, but that at least alerts drivers that there is something they should look at. DPW, I think, is responsible for doing that. Maybe we look at that and see.
So it looks like it's a unanimous vote to not take the trees down, but we definitely should, I think, look at putting the mirrors up for them on those trees. So Chris, we know how to do that, I assume? Okay, and then for Sam's idea, if, putting some type of sign to try to get people to be aware that there is
Pay
a
attention, yeah.
line driveway, then we could do that too. So we will try to do those two things. And we're not going to give up on trying to make Oak Hill Road safer. So that I can promise you. I still got that 51 trucks going up and down every day in my head from that study.
Would it make a difference if I'm willing to plant new trees, just smaller trees I'm willing to work. It is a vast concern. Obviously, it's unanimous, but I don't know if that makes a difference.
That changing anybody's mind?
I don't think so,
No,
but
they're 300-year-old trees, irreplaceable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to take a formal vote?
You have to vote, yeah.
Oh, okay, we usually close it here.
Do I hear a motion on 79 Oak Hill Road?
I make a motion to deny the request for 79 Oak Hill Road for removal of 2 oak trees.
there a second?
Yeah, I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
So we'll make the motion to deny the application to take down the 2 oak trees for the select board.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so now we need to make a motion to close that hearing. So I'll make the motion to close the hearing on the 2 oak trees on Oak Hill Road.
Second.
All in favor?
Your turn.
Planning board, close the hearing on 79 Oak Hill Road.
Second.
All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Alrighty, okay, so Mr. Purple.
Southborough Planning Board and Tree Warden under the requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 15C and Chapter 87, Section 3. Will conduct a public hearing Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 PM at Southborough Townhouse, McAuliffe Hearing Room 17 Common Street, and via Zoom to discuss the mitigation of the removal of 11 trees, 1 2-inch oak, 5 3-inch oaks, 1 4-inch maple, 1 5-inch maple, 1 6-inch crabapple, 1 8-inch ash, and 1 10-inch maple, and approximately 100 feet of stone wall that were located on the south side of St. Mark Street, Scenic Road at the intersection with Marlborough Road. This meeting will be conducted as a hybrid meeting via remote participation and in person. Those who wish to watch or participate remotely may do so by accessing the meeting link at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. The application can be viewed in person at the planning board office at the Southborough Townhouse or online at www.southboroughtown.com/planning-board. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated. Chris Leroy, Tree Warden designee, Mimi Latrell, Chair, Southborough Planning Board.
Ms. Latrell.
Okay. This is in regards to the St. Mark's project, and these, St. Mark's Street is a scenic road, so this hearing should have taken place prior to these removals, but that is what it is, and here we are. So to move forward, it would be my suggestion that we get a commitment that these trees will be replaced on the site and that the historic stone wall will be rebuilt using the historic stones, which it's my understanding that they are still on the site, be rebuilt on the site.
And so are you asking the select board to make that commitment?
Any other comment from the? Yes.
Right, so we commit. The plans for the specific plans for the park, the engineer plans have been, the draft plans have been distributed as of today, I believe, either today or yesterday to the working group, possibly to the planning board. I'm not sure if you guys have seen them. And it's my understanding that there are more than 11 trees on there, and they are absolutely planning on using, there's going to be stone walls, and they're going to use the old wall stones to be part of the new wall for the park. You guys are going to see the plans too, and you can read plans better than I can. So I think both requirements are going to be easily met with these plans.
Good.
Anybody else on the board want to reiterate what I said? Okay, and not contradict me? Okay, all right. Okay, so anything else you want us to promise?
Oh, you opened that door.
Related to this?
I think they have a list.
Yeah. No, so this is, the site plan for the park will be coming before the planning board, so.
Yep.
As well as your commitment, we can ensure that through the site plan approval process.
Okay.
I make a motion to accept the select board's recommendation for replacement of 11 trees plus rebuild the 100-foot stone wall. Actually, I have to pause. Are you rebuilding a 100-foot stone wall?
I
Or
don't know,
something
Marty,
bigger?
exactly what the plans say. I know it's a significant stone wall. Mr. Farrington is here. Do you remember what you think they're doing? And you probably haven't seen the plans yet? So you haven't looked at them yet? Not in detail? Okay. So I don't know the answer to that, Marty. I just know that stone walls are definitely part of this. I don't know how long they are.
100 feet of stone wall.
Oh. Andrew's trying to look at it.
Okay, let me start again. I make a motion for the planning board to accept the select board's commitment to rebuild the stone wall and replant 11 trees plus at the St. Mark's Street at Marlborough Road corner.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Hearing, yes.
So we close this public hearing.
That we agree to do that? Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion that we agree to replace it. That we will make sure that the plans for the park will include replacing at least 11 trees and replacing at least whatever the size of the previous wall was.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? You're abstaining? Or are you voting against it?
I have just seen these plans. I'm
Okay.
in favor of whatever helps to
Mike.
get this done and move along. So I don't feel that we should be constrained by this exact 1-to-1 ratio, but again, I just want to keep this moving along. So it needs to get done. And that's what I have to say. It sounds like it's passed, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you voting against it or abstaining? Are you voting for it?
Looks like I will vote for it.
Okay, so 5-0. Okay, you have our commitment. Okay,
I make a motion to close the public hearing for corner of St. Mark's Street at Marlborough Road.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Hearing, yes.
well, we really weren't part of that hearing, but it's close. I don't think we voted.
Yeah, Mark, open.
Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion to close the hearing regarding replacing the wall and the trees at the corner of Marlborough Road and St. Mark Street.
Second.
All in favor? So that was closed. Mr. Purple.
The Southborough Tree Warden, under the requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 87, Section 3. Southborough Planning Board, under the requirements of MGL, Chapter 40, Section 15C. Conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023 at 6:30 PM. Southborough Townhouse, McAuliffe Hearing Room 17 Common Street, and via Zoom to discuss the removal of 64 resident requested trees located on the following streets: Granule, Chestnut Hill, Stowe, Flag, Middle, Woodland, Oregon, John Valley, Gilmore Wood, Edgewood, Southfield, Parkerville, Martin Vickery, Corderville, Lovers, Deerfoot Extension, Walker, and Newton. Trees range in size from 2-inch to 116-inch. Consist of 3 elm, 30 maple, 9 ash, 2 hemlock, 1 pignut hickory, 1 cherry, 17 oak, and 1 pine. National Grid will discuss removal of 4 trees located on the following streets: Lovers and Flag. The trees range in size from 11-inch to 22-inch, consist of 2 oak, 1 hickory, and 1 ash. Those who wish to watch or participate remotely may do so by accessing the meeting link at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Each tree is posted. A complete list of the proposed tree removal locations, species, size, and pictures can also be found at www.southboroughtown.com/tree-grounds. Any person wishing to be heard should appear at the time and place designated. Objection to the proposed removals may be made in writing prior to or at the hearing. Christopher Leroy, Tree Warden Designee, Abdul Al-Khatib, Interim DPW Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Purple. Before we get started, I've got a question. I thought I understood this, but now I am not so clear about the National Grid trees. So the 4 National Grid trees are trees that are on National Grid property. What is the relationship to National Grid? They want them taken down? It's their request?
So, yeah, they're town trees that National Grid would like to remove, and they're not part of the vegetation management plan because they're over 8 inches.
All right, so they've made the request. So we've got their 4 trees to act on tonight too.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, I am now going to turn the select board process over to Lisa Braccio.
All right, thank you. So, and Mimi, I'm gonna turn this over to you. You speak better tree than me overall. But I will just say that Ms. Latrell and I did walk all of these trees. We read the arborist report. I want to acknowledge that Mr. Farrington as well. I give you credit for walking all of these trees as well. It took a significant amount of time for us as well. So Mimi, if you want to, obviously, if you want to say something, but I think if we can address Mr. Farrington's trees, I think some of them are relatively easy to answer. So I will hand it over to Mimi.
Okay. We'll start with your objections, Mr. Farrington. So 4, or actually 5, one of them, 79 Oak Hill, obviously, that has been taken care of. 5 Stowe, 61 Parkerville, 62 Mount Vickery, and 165 Parkerville. It was the arborist recommendation to prune and monitor, and I agree with that. I think Lisa agreed with that on our walk. So those are, unless, someone here votes to remove those were, that was not the recommendation from the arborist.
Go to Mike.
This one working? Hello? Just a quick question on the pruning. So even though it's still called the tree removal hearing, it's not, the request wasn't to actually remove the tree, it was just to prune it, is that correct?
So the request was, I think, to remove the tree. And then when the arborist went out, his recommendation was not to remove.
Oh,
So it
okay.
still qualifies under the removal. That was the original request.
Okay, great, thanks.
So we presumably vote not to remove that one. Yeah.
Oh, 5 Stowe Road? Sure.
Well, have we gotten through Grant's trees first?
Oh,
Go through
well,
all-
this
I think
is
all
on
we-
his list. Go through grants
Let's
first.
get his done first, and then we'll go to Stowe Road.
Yeah, well, 5 Stowe was one that was on this list also.
Okay.
So we'll go through grants first. So, 33 Flag. So that tree had a lot of issues with it. The majority of the crown was dead. And if the dead limbs were pruned, there'd only be one large limb that goes perpendicular over Flag Road. And that limb is not in very good shape because it has all these epicormic branches which grow on decaying wood, which indicates that one branch is also under severe decay. So it was the arborist's recommendation that it be removed because of it has cracked, dead large branches, wounds. The roots are exposed and are starting to decay. So that tree is failing.
Can I add one thing to that, Mimi?
Sure.
So also on these trees, when we went and looked at them, some may have some form of leaves on them, but we also tried to think ahead to, obviously, they're in trouble and they're failing. And with potential storms that may come in the future, and we've learned this on Pine Hill Road, that somewhat unhealthy trees can really create a horrific situation. So just know we took that into account as well. Go ahead, Mimi.
The next was 90 Middle Road, and there were 2 trees, one obviously dead. Then the other one is a Norway maple, which is an invasive species, and that's not in very good shape either. And the arborist recommended that it be removed. The next one is, although it was listed on the report as 15 Gilmore, it's actually 19 Gilmore. And it's a big tree that's right next to a garage. And that the center limbs were dead on that. They had multiple cankers on it. And the limbs were exposed and decaying, and the targets are the road and that garage, and the arborist recommended it be removed, and we unfortunately agreed with that also. The next one, 59 Edgewood Road. That had a large limb that has, as part of the crown that has broken off of it, that's left a large portion of the stem exposed, and it's beginning to decay. It has fruited bodies on it. The big limb that covers probably half of the stem that fell off or broke off makes it unstable. Most of the crown is declining, which indicates that the root system is not very healthy. And that the targets for that are the road, and it's right over a bunch of electric wires. So that was recommended to be removed. 5 Newton Street. There was a new sidewalk put in, which severed half the roots of several trees along 5 Newton Street. And these are also Norway maples, which are invasive species. So the recommendation is to remove them and regrade. And I would just say as an aside, since we have committed to put in more sidewalks in Southborough, I think we need to do more proactive planning on how trees and sidewalks can coexist. Sure.
On the, you're bringing up that a lot of them are invasive species. Just curious about what your policy is towards invasive species, because obviously we don't remove all invasive species trees. I have a very large Norway maple in my yard, which is healthy. I wish it wasn't a Norway maple, but it is. So, is it just you want all invasive species trees removed, even if they're alive, or what's your determination?
Well, so the ones that I mentioned, the Newton Street, half the root system was severed, and they can't regrow because it's at a different grade. The sidewalks down here and the trees are up here, and the severed roots are just sticking out in the air. So they're not going to regrow and reestablish themselves. And the fact that they're Norway maples makes it easier to take them all down. But there are other reasons also. The same with the Middle Road one was not in good health, and invasive species makes it easier to make that determination.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it for grants?
Oh, the next was 20 Flag Road, and that was a National Grid. It was 2 trees. There were 13-inch that was dead. And then the 15-inch had severe stem decay, and that targeted the wires in the road. And National Grid recommended, well, they want to remove it to protect the wires, and we agree with that, or I agree with that. So I think that's it for grants.
Okay. And you did do 5 Stowe?
We did.
Okay.
We did, but yeah,
Okay.
he wants to speak to it.
Yeah. So you want to come talk about 5 Stowe?
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Tutkus. I live at 5 Stowe Road. So that tree is basically at the end of my driveway. You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So the tree is at the end of my driveway. And basically somebody had trimmed basically one of the limbs at some point. And there's a lot of carpenter ants that are all chewing around that area to the point where there's holes into the tree. I'm continuing to pick up tree branches that are sticking into the ground, basically pulling them out of the ground. And the tree has been like that for quite some time. I have two other trees that at some point carpenter ants, I had to get them taken down. They were one of the scenic trees. And they had a huge hole dug out inside of the entire tree. The reason for the trees, I would love to keep them. I grew up in Franklin in a woodsy area. I had trees in my backyard my entire life. Part of the reason why I moved here in the first place. But I have two young girls. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. I honestly can't be taking those branches out of the ground, knowing that if they were in the yard playing, that some of those could go into them and the yard. When the trees were placed there, I don't know if the driveway was where it was or if the new owner paved over it, but basically the tree is surrounded by pavement. You can tell that the tree is not happy and losing branches. All of my other trees, I landscape the yard myself and take care of it, and I'm not concerned with them. I have trees that are very close to my house. This one is at the end of my driveway. There's electrical lines going to my neighbor across the street. There's electric lines going to my house. And then there's the electric line that goes down the street to the other houses. So it's also in an area where if branches come down, I'm losing electricity to my house. And I've already lost, the cable that goes to the house, had to get the cable company out for a branch that took it down as well. So the main reason is for the safety of my family. And the fact that that area in the tree, it looks just like the other trees that we got removed. And I have pictures, high resolution pictures of the holes that were dug into the previous trees. And I have high resolution photo of the part that I'm talking about that says it's getting eaten by carpenter ants. The arborist, I believe, said that just birds were eating at the tree, but the birds are generally eating at that area because there's a bunch of bugs that they're eating at. So that's my main concern. So I don't know if there's any questions for me.
Yeah, thank you, though.
All right, thanks.
You're having questions for him?
Yeah, I'd be interested in Mr. Leroy's
I was.
view. Yeah.
Leroy, just by the way. We've been pronouncing his name wrong for years.
So I looked at the tree. I met with Andrew and looked at the tree, his concerns with the insect holes. And anytime we have a tree that has what could be a structural issue, that's when we really rely on the arborist because he knows what to look for. So he went out and looked at it, and his recommendation right now was to trim, to basically monitor what's going on and not necessarily take it down right now. That's what he saw. That's basically what I would go with for myself because I don't understand the structural issues that the tree might have. That's why we defer to him.
Thanks, Chris. Do you know if he saw the carpenter ants and bugs, insects in the tree?
I
When he-
was there. I mean, he
Yeah.
didn't have binoculars or anything to look at. I had to use a zoom lens to get to the part that I'm talking about, and
Okay,
he never took out binoculars. I don't know if he ever took pictures, but most of the time he stayed in his truck, and I don't know. I mean, I was pointing it out, so I don't think that he was able to see it that close in detail.
I mean, if I can go for
Go ahead.
comment. For me, falling tree branches is a big safety concern, just with having young children. So I would maybe recommend that we look at this one a little bit differently. I just would hate to see something give way, that was brought to our attention.
Anyone else on this tree?
Yeah, I did look at this tree and it really doesn't look great. So it seems to me that, there is at least visually more potential for something falling off up there.
Yeah, the issue, when you look at it, is where the insect damage in that hole is from where the branch previously fell off.
Right.
That's at a point where if it's going to break.
Yeah,
it would
there's
be
a
in that
leverage point there, yeah. for the thing to
because the
fall
weight
off.
is over the road and wires.
Yeah.
Well,
Can that branch be pruned, do you think, Chris?
no, because that's almost the whole
That's a big.
top of the tree.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you can't take one part off because it would be unbalanced, right?
Yeah, it'll look like a telephone pole.
Yeah, yeah.
So Chris, to put you on the spot, because you are our designee, for a moment, put aside what the arborist said. Would you take that tree down?
I would lean towards taking it down, just because I didn't like where the hole was in it. And we have been out to their address for the past few years for the other tree he had. Same idea, all the weight was on one side and it developed a massive crack in it.
Yeah.
Which we had to take down in an emergency situation, so. Usually when there's a hole at a point like that, eventually, if it's not already close to being there, that's where it's gonna give way. So,
And in the summertime, rainstorms, leaves collect water from rainstorms, so you get more weight up there in the top of the tree.
yeah,
Yes, I'm inclined to take it down, I guess, even though I loathe losing a big tree.
So can we hear from Ms. Latrell and Ms. Braccio, since you guys looked at each one of these trees, as far as what you think about this one?
So we looked at it and the arborist had recommended to leave and monitor. It didn't look dead, but it definitely looks like it has some issues.
Not healthy.
So I don't know if we want to discuss it again, the next hearing we have, and have the arborist look at it again in, 3 months or something. I don't know.
Well, let's see, I'm ready to take it down.
I mean, it doesn't seem like the condition of it's gonna
Not gonna get
improve
better.
over time, and this is one where maybe it's a good example of take it down and commit to planting a replacement tree right there, and that. I mean, visually doesn't look like an attractive tree with the way it's going there. You plant a new one, you can give it some TLC, water, fertilizer. Have it 10 years, 15 years, have a better tree there.
We have some extra Norway maples.
Not those invasive.
Just kidding.
I actually am in favor of removing it as well. I just think if, it'd be interesting. Are these the high resolution pictures you were talking about, or do you have others?
I don't think that's the tree.
Oh,
Oops,
Yeah.
it is.
it says 5 Stowe on here.
Yeah, it looks like it.
You see the sign right there, sorry.
I think your pictures could be helpful too.
Oops, yeah, wow.
So the one that's in this is not, that's the one we're talking about, apparently. This is the wrong pinned tree.
that might have been, that might have been the tree at the corner of Stowe and Sears. It might have
Yeah,
been.
it is. The
When it got
corner.
put in.
Okay, so the one Mr. Farrington actually provided us a photo of is the accurate one. Was there a tag on this? Yes, there is a tag on it. The pink tag. Could I actually see your photos if you don't mind?
And this has all progressed significantly in the past, like 6 months. It is just getting chewed on.
Here, do you also have one that's just from afar? Yeah, that one. Did you actually just? Am I? That's-
I just have to say, I feel ambivalent because we trust our qualified professionals, the police and fire chief and the arborist, so I don't feel qualified to make a recommendation against the arborist, so I'd be in favor of keeping it, but have the arborist go take another look at it.
Yeah, Okay, so just my comment is I was looking at the wrong set of photos. These are better. They're nice and high resolution on his, up on those.
I live just up the hill from here, so I drive Stowe.
Oh, sorry.
So other than just being ugly, you think it's not in good health, Sam? Mr. Stivers?
Yeah, it doesn't look all that healthy to me, but you know, maybe have the arborist take another closer look.
Yeah,
Chris, do we know
that's what
that,
I would
that,
think.
the arborist looked at the right tree?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Okay, so the
Okay.
one in the
He-
packet.
Yeah, he talked with the,
The address is correct. Breathing, but that. Just the pictures must have gotten. Crossed and be loaded into the computer. The packet.
That's where the.
So what does everyone think on that now that we've seen the right tree?
so I would agree with Ms. Demuria that we have a professional arborist that looked at it and he said to monitor. So I would just make sure that we actually do that.
Anybody else?
So I'm not an expert in this, but I know how long it takes for us to do hearings and how often we have storms. And I have little kids. And so I feel for Andrew's concerns. And again, I would hate for us to not take action on this because we can't see inside that tree and see what's going on. Neither can the arborist. So I appreciate a professional's opinion. But I would be in favor of taking the tree down, given the safety concerns.
I agree with Ms. Melanowski. And remember, my viewpoint is absolutely influenced a lot by what happened on Pine Hill Road. That was, I just can't tell you the damage that tree coming down did to that neighborhood, still is at this point. So I am going to be on the side of caution here and listen to Mr. Leroy said he'd take it down if it were him. So that's good enough for me. All right, so Lisa.
I'm at the camp of the Malinowski and Miss Cook.
Okay, so Sam,
I'd take it down.
Andrew,
Yeah, I would take it down and plant a replacement tree there.
we got a tree fund to do that. No, we do. Right?
Yep.
I'm not joking, we do. All right, so, let's still vote. I mean, it looks like it's gonna be 6-2, so maybe planning board want to vote first.
I make a motion to,
Remove.
I make the motion to remove the tree at 5 Stowe Road per resident request.
Second,
We have a second.
all in favor, Latrell, no.
Houlihan, yes.
Marion, no.
So same vote for select board. The motion is to take down the tree at 5 Stowe.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0. So you got a combined vote of 6-2 to take down the tree.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so back to Lisa and Mimi as far as the other 67 trees.
Do you want to go, Mimi?
So I think, so we went through all the objections. We agreed with the arborist recommendations on all of them. There was one on number 14 on the spreadsheet, Southville and Parkerville Road, which the arborist said to monitor. But we didn't see any life on it.
And we walked it last week. There was no green.
And then we questioned whether one chestnut, those two hemlocks were town trees, and Mr. Leroy confirmed that they were. So that everything else we agreed with.
So select board, any questions on what Mr. Trail just said? What Ms. Braccio just said?
Nope.
Okay, so we've got 60, we had 68, we got 67 trees that sounds like we're going to deal with in one fell swoop.
So some of them are trims or
Monitor.
monitors.
So it's my understanding there were 4, and then Stowe was one of those, so maybe 3 left to trim, right?
1, 2, 3.
Right. So it
Yes.
sounds like 64 to come down, 3 to trim is what the vote should be. Yeah, agree?
Yeah, and those include the grid trees?
No.
Yeah,
Oh, are those
I
separate?
included them.
Okay, we did. Yeah, you're right.
So 64 and 3.
I make a motion to prune and monitor 61 Parkerville, 165 Parkerville, and 62 Mount Vickery, and to remove all remaining trees per arborist's recommendations.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Mary, yes.
And what was the Southville Parkerville?
Yeah.
Mr.
14. Is
Yeah.
not, is coming down.
Is coming
It wasn't-
down.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Come on up, Grant.
Sorry, I don't mean to drag this out.
It's okay.
So this one.
Just a quick question.
wouldn't get to us.
Is there a plan to replace, plant replacement trees for all trees that are being removed tonight?
We don't have a specific plan, but as you know, we passed a tree fund bylaw that we funded with $30,000 that we're hoping we've got a grant that's going to make it 60. So we've got money to start thinking about, but there's no specific plan, but we know we want to head in that direction.
And if I can just add to Kathy, I think there's more investigation that needs to be done on that. Obviously, some of these trees have died based on the placement of where they're at and snow plows and, sand and salt and whatnot. So I think maybe wasn't planning board going to look at an inventory of where?
Have a complete inventory done and then get recommendations on where planting would be
Well, I would just say,
appropriate.
I understand that planting them in the exact place isn't always possible, but the town does own a lot of land, so perhaps planting 64 trees on town land someplace out of the roadway perhaps might be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mimi, are you going to redo your motion? Okay.
So that works.
Ms. Houlihan was correct, of course.
Thank you.
Marnie, what was your motion? I just want to make sure I get it right.
Sure, it was to prune and monitor 61 Parkerville,
Yep.
165 Parkerville, and 62 Mount Vickery, and remove all others.
That's the motion.
Say just ditto.
Ditto.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0 select board. Okay, we just dealt with 68 trees.
Mr. Leroy has his work cut out.
And
And if I could just add, Kathy, that I would like to thank Chris for all the time and effort he puts into doing these trees. And I think Mimi can speak to how smooth this process went compared to the first time we've done it.
Are you listening, Chris? Okay,
Picture.
okay.
Well, one picture is okay. But Mimi, do you want to comment on that as well? Because I know the
Oh,
application
it's
went
out
to the
of six.
planning board,
You
so.
do a great job. Don't be silly.
Yeah, I know that the planning department was very complimentary. It went very, very smooth. And I know from our end going out and looking at them, everything was posted. There was a spreadsheet that was very easy to follow. So it was great. Kudos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I couldn't do it without Tammy Rice that works in our office, does all the administrative side of it. So without her, this spreadsheets and all this stuff, I don't even know what we, thankfully we have her and she puts it all together. So.
Well, that's very nice of you to thank her too. So that's great. So we thank you both. Okay, we need to close this hearing now. Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion on behalf of the select board to close the hearing where we just dealt with 68 trees.
Second.
All in favor?
I make a motion to close the public hearing for 68 trees removal or pruning.
I second.
Motion and second. All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Miria, yes.
All right, good job, everybody. Okay,
we're-
so
Thank
if you
you.
guys
Need to
want to stay,
close
we're going to talk about the tree policy now.
okay.
And
It's gonna be quick.
yeah, it's gonna be quick.
gonna be
We've
quick.
got an 8 o'clock appointment with our water consultant. We've got 2 appointments to make real quick. Okay, so, select board, we heard what Ms. DeMaria said at the start of this meeting, public comment. We had intended to approve the public shade tree policy and also possibly a revised public comment policy. What do you want to do?
Go ahead, Amy.
So I would just say that these aren't rules and regulations which the public must comply. This is a policy for the town entities. If you look at it, it's how things are handled within the town, not for the public.
Andrew, help us here. This was your bylaw.
I had not really thought about this until Debbie raised it before. So there is I think in the Public Shade Tree Act provision that the tree warden has the ability to make rules and regulations about the details of, you know, like what specific fines, amounts of fines would be and things like that. I mean, there are some features of this that really resemble this. And you know, okay. But, and this gets to a point that I had about like the tree replacement part of it, where the language of it, you know, says this shall be required, and or there's language in here, it says it's unlawful for someone to do something or not do something. And when it's in the context of a policy like this, I don't think it's enforceable. And I don't know whether you can through a policy say that this particular type of activity is unlawful and there's some type of there's a penalty for it. So I mean, I don't know, is there a particular time consideration where we have to, you want to act on this now versus some other time? I mean,
Well, as we know, this is Lisa and Chelsea's last night, so we were trying to wrap up as
Yep.
much as we could. Lisa's been so involved to her credit in the trees. We thought it'd be a nice thing to end with the public shade tree policy approved.
And if I can just add to Kathy, you know, we've been talking about this for almost 2 years now. We had a flow chart. We've come up with different things. Andrew, the only thing I think that's in here that isn't necessarily a supplement to chapter 87 and 40 is the number 5, the public shade tree trimming and removal, the time frame for doing that. But we have this board committed to that as we went through the prior quote unquote policy. It was more of a flow chart, but the board committed to doing that. As far and is the tree replacement under B. Mimi, that's not part of 87 or 40, correct? It was just trying to put a process in place. And I think I just want to say too, the reason for doing this was 2 things. It was for clarity, we know process, and putting something down so there isn't a question as we go forward. I think the last thing any of us want is not understanding where we need to go and trees coming down and finding ourselves back where we may have been, you know, a year or so ago. So that was kind of the reasoning for trying to put something down on paper. Obviously, it's a policy, and it's obviously something as a select board policy, the select board can change it. If comments come in or something comes in, my reasoning for getting it on here is something today is better than nothing. And it's a starting point, and it certainly can be changed as you go along. But I think it's just clarity in the process. Mimi, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I agree. And like sections 2 and 3 were based on the last hearings and some of the hiccups in that, and this clarifies exactly you know, how to follow the policy and what information we need. And as we said, it went very, very well this time. So it definitely helps having a roadmap in place. Most of this is from Chapter 87. We've discussed this policy for over a year. A couple of things have been added at the request of Select Board Member Malinowski. We pulled some of the tree replacement out of the bylaw and put it into the policy, and that was before annual town meeting. That was one of the amendments for at the fall town meeting. And then I added the utility company management because National Grid came in to the planning board. We discussed it with them. We have a process that works. We've had, you know, 2 approved vegetation management plans from the utility. And then just the prohibited activities, most of which is in Chapter 87.
Yeah. I think it's mostly focused on what we and town departments do. And I guess I think it's worth to keep going. I mean, it turns out that we somehow, you know, violated something that the AG's office is unhappy about. We'll fix it later. I don't think there's anything that's radical. And as folks have said, we've been talking about this for years. And many opportunities for people to weigh in on it, and they did. A lot of opinions. At least 2 town meeting votes. 3 maybe on this. So it is the model of transparency, I think. So anyway, I don't see any reason to delay.
I win the same mindset, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What else do we need to do this? We've got something in parentheses here and on 2B in red, at least on my copy I do.
Yeah.
Oh, that was just for, and I don't know if you even want a time frame there on 2B, Chris. Just how, if you wanted to, it was requested that some time frame be set from when somebody called to when the tree was evaluated.
Yeah, 2 weeks might be tough sometimes with the arborist.
Sure.
What do you recommend, Chris?
Well, if we go out and it's a hazard, of course, we'll be able to address it on the spot. But if it's a resident request, like some of them we had tonight, I would say probably 3 weeks.
30 days, maybe.
Yeah, or 30 days.
Yeah, say 30 days.
Yeah.
Sure.
It wouldn't be 30 days, but that's a good.
Okay. So within 30 days.
And can I add one other thing, Kathy? So Mr. Leroy had some questions and Mimi and I talked to him about them. One of the things, and I think there's value to it, is he suggested when the new DPW superintendent comes on, just let him review this. And again, it's a policy. The board can make changes as need be, but I just wanted to acknowledge that, you know, Chris had brought that up and he thought it was important.
Very reasonable, Chris. We want to make sure he's fully involved, so we absolutely will do that. Okay. All right. So without further ado, so I'll make a motion to approve the proposed public shade tree policy that we have in front of us, with the amendment on 2B to add within 30 days after to the spreadsheet.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? All right, Whoopi. Okay, done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
We need to
Trail
adjourn.
and Marnie and Debbie.
I make a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Okay.
And Chris, thank you again. Thank you for coming tonight and all your hard work in doing this.
Thank you.
You.
Do we? Okay,
Yes, sir. Okay. So Vanessa, can you bring over
Can we
Michael Nordstrom?
close the Public hearing for the.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me? Well, this is too.
Thank you.
We can have our
So
table
Matt, we're almost to you, I promise. We got 2 quick appointments and we're done. Okay.
for a friendly group.
And thank you for coming again. We think we'll get it done tonight.
I'm at.
Okay. Bye, Marnie. Bye, Mimi. Is he there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Nordstrom. Can you hear us? Mr. Nordstrom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can. So hi.
Okay, perfect.
Hi. Okay, so you are with the 5-member select board and we would like to discuss with you your desired appointment to the EDC. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to do this?
Sure, I'm a resident of Southborough since 2014. I live over at Meeting House Lane. I have a wife and a 11-year-old daughter. And my background is in quality management, medical device companies. Been doing that pretty much my whole career. I'm also I have an MBA from UMass Lowell. And then, just my interest is always, just to me, just how the town is, working in terms of economic development, what we can do to really help out, businesses, thrive in the area, try to figure out what the obstacles are, what's a balanced way of, promoting development is, but also making sure we're thinking of the interests of the town as well. And, other than that, I'm just curious person, just to see, what's happening and to see how I can contribute.
Each member is probably going to make a comment or ask you a quick question and then we will vote. Andrew.
Sure. Thank you very much for Mr. Nordstrom. It's good to have someone step forward and express interest in the position. I saw in the packet, it looks like Rob Anderson, the chair of the committee, is glad to have you on board. Have you had the chance to look at, watch any videos of recent EDC meetings or read any of the minutes, or are you familiar with any, do you have any specific ideas of improvements that you'd like to see to improve the business climate in Southborough?
No, I haven't looked at the previous videos. I did attend the last meeting as basically audited the meeting. Pretty comfortable with the other members. So just kind of just getting my feet wet on it. No specific ideas. I mean, it's really I was really wanted to see what's happening and what I can bring to the table. Really try to come at it fresh with a fresh set of eyes.
Oh, thanks, and I look forward to supporting your appointment.
Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nordstrom. Thank you for applying for this. Mr. Anderson's recommendation is good for me. I did see Mr. Nordstrom at the recent EDC meeting. And so I think he's got a pretty good feel for what some of the issues are. And clearly they're daunting, but we look forward to the committee being able to come up with some creative solutions. So I endorse your appointment. Thank you.
Lisa.
Hi, Mr. Nordstrom. I'd just like to thank you for stepping forward. It's always great to see new people and I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
Chelsea.
Mr. Nordstrom, thank you for putting your hat in the ring on this one. Have you served on a border committee yet in town?
I have not. It's my
Okay,
first.
great. Well, thank you again. I don't have any further questions, but I look forward to supporting your appointment.
So Mr. Nordstrom, EDC is very much needed in this town and you are welcome on this committee. It's a good committee to start out with. I think it's a good one. We need to revitalize several areas in this town. So you've got, I'm not gonna say your work cut out for you. I don't want to scare you off to begin with, but there is a lot to be done. So we welcome you.
It's too late. He can't withdraw now. We're about to appoint him.
Yeah. Okay, so I make a motion to appoint Mr. Nordstrom to the EDC for a term ending 6/30/25.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So welcome, Mr. Nordstrom. That was pretty painless. Okay. Now you
Thanks
have
so
to be
much.
sworn in. There's a process to go through to be officially put on. So you call the town clerk and arrange to be sworn in with him. And what's the time frame now? 30 days? 30. So you got 30 days to do that. But of course, I'm sure EDC wants to get you sworn in soon so you can meet with them. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank
Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
So it must not have been him. Is he in the audience? Here? No?
Don't see Mr.
Okay, so we're gonna skip, but we thought that the gentleman sitting behind Grant was Mr., and I may say this wrong, Mr. Scheib. I'm not sure how to say this. Is that how to say it, Sam Scheib?
Scheibe, I think.
But he's not here anymore. So, I hope we didn't, what? So I hope we didn't run him off.
Very boy. He's-
Anyway, if he comes back and that's him, we'll,
He's a great
but
candidate.
we're gonna go on to water because Matt has been waiting patiently. So come on up, Matt. So while Matt's getting settled, everybody knows Matt, from last week.
Good.
So we left off with, we wanted Matt to do a couple of computations for us to show us a couple of other options here with it. We were concerned at the last meeting about the impact on the lowest volume users. Because percentage wise, what had been proposed as option 2 was a big increase. Dollar wise, it wasn't, but in percentage wise, it was. So that kind of gave us pause. So we've spent a week, Chelsea spent a lot of time looking at it. I've looked at it some too. Matt has been very fast to make these changes. So he has sent us back basically 2 new options. So it's a new option 2 and a option 2 alternative. So option 1 is still the same as last time. That's changed. Oh, because you had to change so let me back up. So one of the things Matt did change was the debt service number. So that went down. So he's factored that in all the way through. So that would have helped us all the way through because it went down. So he did that all the way through. So that's the only change to the first case. Stay as it is and just raise the rates on everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
So I have worked with the town treasurer to better understand what the projected debt service is. As this board commented on last week, I did have incorrect numbers for Newton Street. So those have been adjusted. They've been adjusted downward from where they were last week at this time. And also, one of the projects that we were projecting debt for, the presidential project, we are no longer projecting debt for that as well. So that lowered the total expenses that we were focused on. Therefore, less revenue was required even for option 1. So the rate plan for option 1 has been decreased for that reason as well.
And just to be clear, the reason why the Newton numbers are different in your packet tonight is because we have not completed, we've done all the construction work other than the paving of Newton Street. So, and I'm giving ballpark numbers here, but we have not spent there's $500,000 left out of the amount that we authorized at town meeting for this project. And Abdul has worked through some potential projections for how much that's going to cost. So Brian relieved about $200,000 of the debt left for Newton Street. So we will have enough to pave it with the authorization amount that's left. So it's not that we had, they weren't really incorrect numbers. We're just not done with the project, but we gave Matt more accurate numbers on what we think will actually be spent and needed from a debt perspective.
All right, that's great. $200,000 less revenue. We need to get our retained earnings in balance. Okay, now, when we left last week too, remember we got into discussion about base charges and no base charges. And Matt told us that most towns do include some type of base charge. There's very few towns that use a straight volume assessment so that we're in the majority by the proposals that are option 2 and option 2A here. Okay, so I'm gonna keep looking at you, and if I say something wrong, you're gonna
Okay.
correct me, okay?
No, so far so good. You're doing great.
So I'm looking at you. Okay. All right. So again, Chelsea spent a lot of time. I spent time too, and she and I've talked, because we told you you authorized us to work on this. And we do have a recommendation. I'm not trying to steal your thunder either. I want you to say whatever you want to, but I think we're trying to influence them unduly first, okay? So we both like the option where the lower tier rate is $2 per 100 cubic feet. So the two options here are $1.25 and $2. Last week, it was $2.50 for option 2. So we're looking at two that do lower the cost for that lowest tier, which is the seniors that use very little water, right? So seniors get a 25% discount if they apply for it. So that's the rate that we were concerned about. So we have lowered that $2.50 to $2 and $1.25. And Chelsea and I believe that we should support the $2 one for that lowest. We'll give it total. Okay, $2 for the lowest tranche. Okay, so we got 4 tiers, right? So $2. Okay, so that's up to 1,000. Then the next tier is 1,000 to 2,500. Next one is 2,500 to 5,000, and then 5,000 and above. So the tiers are changing quite a bit from what we have now, in a good way. Okay, so we're gonna pick up a lot more of that high-end revenue by lowering that last tier down to 5,000 and above. All right, now, and again, you chime in here if you want to, but I just want to show them the 2 important numbers, I think. So let's look at 2 different slides. Let's look at the slide that shows the impact for the $1.25, and then let's compare it to the slide for the $2.
So I believe that's slide 12 in the presentation.
Okay.
Is that available?
Mine don't have numbers, so it's the one that says option. Yes, it does have numbers. Sorry. Okay, it's there. It's right below the grid. So it's not the bottom right, it's right below the grid. So 12, right? And Matt, what's the other one?
It's 12 for both.
Okay, so 2 12s. Okay, so the 12 that reflects $1.25 shows that the increase on that lowest level, which again is the smallest meter and for seniors, goes from 27.59 to 34.71, and that's about a 33% increase. Okay, so it is a big percentage, but it's
But
only
dollar wise,
yeah, it's only $8. It's at $7, right? $7.02, or excuse me, 12 cents. $7.12 times 4 is $28.48 a year. So call it $30 a year is all it is in absolute dollars. Right? Percentage wise, yes, it's high, but it's really, really small. The seniors are getting a really good break on this as it is. So I no longer have a concern about the impact on that lowest tranche. Okay.
Vanessa, the slide that Kathy is on is the first number 12, so go back like 5 slides.
I'm done with that one because that's not the
Okay.
one we're recommending. So now we
Okay.
can go back to because this is not the one we're recommending. Okay, so the second one, it's a little bit more of an increase. Okay. So can we go to the other 12 that shows?
The one that you were
Two.
just on.
Yeah.
alternate.
Sorry, Vanessa. That one. Okay, so now it's going, so instead of 34.71, it's going to 38.46. Okay, so that's a bigger percentage, but again, it's $11, right? Times 4, it's $44 a year.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, of course.
So in the $1.25 scenario, if you look at the grid for retained earnings in FY 28, we're going down to 15.8% of retained earnings. And if you go to FY 28 for the $2 in tier 1, it's 21.6% of retained earnings. So I think with taking out some of the debt service and assuming that presidential will not be part of the debt service, I would rather go more conservative on the retained earnings in case we need to add any capital back in case something happens. So I'd rather go more conservative on the retained earnings because we took more debt out. And that's why I would go with the $2 tier 1.
Yep. So she's saying it's going to be 21 with this scenario versus 15. So you've got more conservative, you've got a cushion in the retained earnings that you won't have with the other one. Okay. You're going to go, why did I come?
Doing a great job. I mean, I can say something if you want. me
We
to,
need
but
you
you're
for moral
covering
support.
everything.
No, we need you for moral support. We need moral support. So this may
You
be-
made the sale, stop selling.
Okay, so we got Lisa convinced. Sam?
I like it. I would throw in one thing that Mr. Litt actually mentioned to me in terms of the desire to be very fair to the low-end users, the seniors and so forth. In that, from an engineering standpoint, I'm not an engineer, but I think this makes sense. That when you build one of these systems, you got to build it to accommodate the high volume users. So the folks with the 4-inch pipes or big pipes actually have a much bigger impact on the system. If they start drawing water, they turn it off. So the system that you have to build has to be far more robust than if everybody had, a 1/2-inch pipe going into their houses. Any single user couldn't really have a ripple effect back into the system. So effectively, we've spent a lot of money on a system that's designed for a fairly small set of users here that could do what they need to do to draw water without having a significant adverse effect on the rest of the users out there. I think that's accurate. Is that, you believe that?
Yeah, I think I generally agree with that
Yeah.
statement.
So again, I don't feel bad about pushing, more of the cost to the big pipe folks and more of the benefit to the small pipe users or small volume users typically. So I think this basically does more of that than the last pass that we had. So
It does indeed. And, we can quibble all night over what's fair.
Yeah.
It's subjective, but clearly we're doing that.
Yep.
Somebody might
Yep.
say, well, I wish you do it a little bit more this way, but
Yep.
somebody else is going to say 10 different people would have different answers as far as
but
exactly.
this is
what's fair.
generally what we were trying to do in our last discussion. So
Yeah.
that's great. And thank you for the follow-up work on it. All of you. We ruined your weekend, I guess, but sorry.
No, you did not.
Well, he was great. He was very responsive.
I did give him an elongated time frame Friday afternoon
What, an hour?
and told him I didn't need it today.
Very
Andrew?
kind.
I am fine with your recommendation. It makes sense to me.
Tale of two cities, right, between the two meetings?
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, so now, okay, so I want you now to let us know what you think we're about to vote on, what you think this is a good idea. Obviously, you proposed it as one of your choices here. I assume you would have done that if you thought it was not a good idea.
Yes, so would you like me to comment on the proposed, the one that we're looking at here on the screen? So, okay, so, well, I can comment a little bit on the other one as well. So the other one was an attempt to get the lowest end users as low as possible. That's why we went I would say with an extremely low rate in tier 1, the $1.25 per cubic feet, per 100 cubic feet. In order to do that, it was necessary to raise the rates in the other tiers. So those went up 3% over the prior proposal. Also, as was already mentioned, we were focused on 15% retained earnings. That allowed us to bring the rate that low. With this other proposal, the one that we're looking at on the screen now, the one that you just spoke about the last few minutes, it's a little bit different in that we're focused on 20% retained earnings. But if the tier 1 rate goes up to $2, then the rates in the other tiers don't need to be as high as they are in the other proposal. So they're back down to the rates that they were with the proposal I had last week, which is the same rates as tiers 2 through 4 today. And I thought I had another point, but it slipped my mind. Oh, yes, the other point. I just want to make sure everyone was aware. All of these numbers are based on the assumption that the first billing for the next fiscal year will not be at new rates, would be at the current rates. I don't think we discussed that last time.
No, but we were about to make sure it's clear when this is going to be effective. That's what we were going to do next.
Right, I just want to make sure everyone was aware of that. So if the plan is to not do that, meaning have a full year at the new rates, then presumably more revenue would be gained than what we've projected here. But the reason why we did it that way was because of direction that we received from this board through the town. We originally had numbers assuming a full year of revenue at the new rates. We modified that to have 3/4 of revenue at the new rates. And those are the numbers that are being presented here this evening. So I think that's an important thing to know as you move forward here. And also to think about when the new rates would go into effect.
Okay, so I think there's two things to point out. That is one of those, decide that, so it's clear, so we know what to say to residents as far as what's gonna happen, get ready for that. But also to also confirm that we do want everyone to be on a quarterly billing, so the monthly billing goes away as part of this too, right? Okay. All right. Okay, so I remember Pine Hill has no water, right? So I always forget how water bills work. So tell me what your cycle is for water bills so we can figure out what this is really gonna be. I'm
that
not joking.
question
I
for
have
me?
no water where we are. So everything's wells where I am. So I never get a water bill. So what is our cycle? When do we read and what period does it cover?
That's a good question. I can get that for you. I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can get that for you. So
So they come out 5/1 and 8/1, right? And they reflect what period? 3 months? So literally through April 30th for the May 1st bill?
Yeah, you might, they can't hear Tim, so. you may repeat
So-
it.
Tim, can you go to the microphone and help us figure this out?
Tim Lit was in the road. So I get water bills, they come with property tax bill, and my understanding is they cover the 3 months prior to the bill being issued.
So if you're right, the last bill that you just got was May 1st, right? Just got it?
It was
Yes.
due May 1st, yeah.
It was due May
Paid
1st.
May 1st.
Okay, due May 1st.
Right?
So if,
Or it came out on April 1st.
yeah, so I'm just trying to back into this. So I believe if I'm correct, just to kind of tag on to what Mr. Litt is saying, we do our reads in March. Billing is out on April 1st, bills are due 30 days later. Okay, and then that cycle repeats itself.
Okay, so let's assume then that the most recent bill covered the period, the quarter ending March 31st? Is that what we're saying? Right?
yes,
Yes.
I believe that is true.
Okay, so it does correspond with fiscal year then.
But how do
so-
you read it? You can't read it in one day.
Well,
Right?
they're electronic.
electronic.
meters.
So over the course of a month, so it's done in March.
For December, January, February?
It's done 4 times a year.
No,
I-
it's done 4 times.
I understand
Yeah.
for the period.
So you may. be-
December.
Yours may be March 15th, mine may be March 31st, but it's
Right.
still March, right?
Right, so that doesn't count March's water.
It doesn't really matter because
Well, it does, because we need to figure out when the rates
We're
are
trying to figure out
effective.
when we're going to start this. That's,
I'm just in terms of your usage, it doesn't matter because it will catch up.
Yeah.
You know, in the
but we're
next
trying to
quarter.
make sure, Tim, that people know about this before it's effective in case there's something that they want to do to conserve water. That's what we're trying to do is beat, this summer, right? So we want to try to give people enough notice that they can make a change if they want to.
Okay, meters are read in December, March, June, and September. Billing is done in January, April, July, and October. Bills are due on February 1st, May 1st, August 1st, and November 1st. Therefore, the bills that residents just received covered part of June, all of July, and all of August, and part of September. This was a memo that went out.
But the bills we just received and were due May 1st, what did that cover?
The April billing May due date was at the old rates, but the new rates were printed informationally on that bill as well as the July bill.
What new rates? We-
So-
No, this is an old memo when we changed
Old
rates.
memo.
So would like if the earliest you could make it effective would be like the bills that go out in October?
Yes, so that would be my recommendation.
Yeah.
That you set, if you're gonna change the rates, that you set them effective as of July 1, 2023,
Okay,
and that would cover consumption used during the first quarter of the new fiscal year with bills to go out in October.
And
Yeah.
to actually implement that, is there a software program that you?
DPW does it.
Yeah.
Okay, and they can make sure that the monthly billed accounts are moved to quarterly and all that gets done.
I believe that won't be an issue, but
Okay.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
want to speak for
It
them, but
is software
before.
changing the tiers.
What do you say?
They've done it before.
Okay,
okay, so the reason there's still going to be 3 bills is because it's going to be due October 1st.
Mhm.
So we have 3 collections. It'll be accrual, there's 12 months being billed, but we're only going to bill 3 times
Cash.
this year. So that's why Matt said 3/4.
Mhm.
So that works. If we send this out in the next, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people are going to have plenty of advance notice that as of July 1st, their water rates are changing. They're actually going up and totem. And so if they want to cut down the lawn watering, they'll have plenty of opportunity to do that.
Yep.
Everybody agree?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So I think we're done, unless you wanted us to do anything else.
No?
Okay, all right. So
So if I could, I did actually have a comment on this, which is
go
not
ahead.
strictly related to the rates, but I think the motivation for having tiered rates was to encourage conservation.
It was.
And I wanted to point out that it's not terribly effective at the low end in particular. Because if you look at sort of the dollar amounts and say, what would it actually take to get someone to, let's say, change out a 5-gallon flush toilet? It'll take a couple $100 and probably a couple $100 of labor. And, at the $250 sort of charge, the math works out that you would get your money back in 10 or 20 years, depending on whether or not you count the labor, right? You've reduced the rates below that. So now we're talking closer to 30 or 40 years payback. So if we're serious about conservation, then as I've requested of the DPW planning board on at least 3 occasions, we really ought to be looking at conservation programs and conservation incentives that make it, that give someone like me motivation, to do something. I mean, as I said, the math for one toilet, at 5 gallons, which is the old ones, to a 1.2 is a 3/4 reduction, is a 20% reduction in usage. Because I think it's about 24% of an average household usage is toilets. And the next large thing that matters turns out to be, I think, washing machines, and that's these days, $1,000 sort of replacement item. So the point is that whether we go for grants, whether we go for incentives, whether we go for a different kind of pricing, if you really want to do something about conservation, making a $10 kind of change in a household is not going to get people to do a $400 project.
We hear you. Okay, so that's another discussion too, down the road. Okay, anybody want to say anything else before we vote on this? Okay, so Chelsea, you've done all the work on this, so make the motion.
Okay, I move that the select board update water rates effective July 1st, 2023 to option 2 alternate as presented tonight. And request that residents get notified prior to that change coming into effect, and that staff will contact the 50 users that are currently monthly bills and will switch to quarterly bills.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Mm.
Okay, good job. So thank you. Really nice meeting you too, by the way.
Yes, nice to
So
meet you too.
you do a great job.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so he's still not in the audience?
Hey, Kathy.
Uh-huh.
It seems to me it might make sense to actually appoint Jeff Scheibe to Council of Aging. I mean, he's been recommended.
Everybody okay with that? He's an alternate.
Yeah,
Okay. He was recommended by Doug Peck knows him. So Doug.
I know him too.
Okay, all right, you know him too?
He's a,
I'm okay with
strong
that.
candidate. Yeah,
You okay with that, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Sam, you'll make the motion?
okay.
Since you know how to say the last name.
I move to appoint Jeff Scheibe for alternate member on the Council of Aging, term to expire 6/30/25.
All in favor? Okay, so he
Thank
didn't get away with not being appointed by not coming, so will you, somebody let him know that he's been appointed? Okay. All right, moving on. Okay, chair's report. So I've got 3 things. I don't know if everybody saw in the news, the House has approved the budget for fiscal year 24, and it's got quite a bit of good news in it. We've already updated the RevCap spreadsheet for the news once we knew what was in there, and it's going to help. As far as who's going to help, it helps us some, but it really helps Algonquin because they're fully funding the regional transportation, the increase in the head count, the amount they give per head count. So that should make them happy. So I'm hoping when we do the fall town meeting, we can, as part of the stuff we do, we can reduce the assessment for Algonquin. That will reflect this. It's quite a bit of money. So that was good news. That's definitely going in the right direction. The Senate's got to take it up now and then the governor's got to sign it, but looks like maybe we're heading the right direction on that one. And we got some more money too, as far as the local aid. Second, last week we talked about, or we did approve allowing John Butler to work with Karen Galligan up to 6 hours to help finish up the Hopkinton IMA. So I called Karen and it was really, really nice to hear her voice. She sounded good and she is glad to help John, but does not want to be paid for it. So I thought that was rather stand-up professional of her. She said, nope, she wants to help. She is very excited that this is going forward. This was her baby, right? This is what she went in review last year. So she wants it to go forward. So she was really happy about the vote at town meeting and is glad to help John with whatever he wants to and does not want to be paid for it. Okay. And I just want to let you know too, she also said she's been talking to, Chris has been calling her with questions and she's been answering those questions too. So she's doing what she can to support it. And she did say, her biggest regret is she really misses her crew. So anyway, but that you guys let you know that. All right. The most important part of my chair's report is tonight to start saying goodbye to Chelsea and Lisa. I'm not going to group you two together. You both, you're different people, you do different things, but I can tell you personally, I wish you guys were still going to be on this board next year. I think we're a good group. I think we get a lot done. And it just is quite disconcerting to think about you guys not being here. Okay. I know you still be involved in town stuff, because I know you two, you're not gonna, and you're not going for it, but I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you both. I know what you do and know how hard you both work. Believe me, I know how hard you work. I wish other people knew how hard you work. Your heart's in the right place. You roll up your sleeves, you do whatever you need to do. And you are an absolute honor to work with, both of you. So it just really is going to be strange to not see you two sitting to my left when May 23rd comes. Don't know who's going to be there, but it won't be you two. So I want you to know that sincerely. Thank you for all the help you've been to me this year. Chelsea sitting next to me, correcting my motions. Thank you very much. And doing all the Zoom stuff she does. But no, but seriously, the way you roll up your, the substantive stuff that you do. Lisa, I consider you the heart and soul of this board. Thank gosh, you let us know what we need to know. I don't think like you do. And it's such an important way to understand that we're really here to serve this town, and keeping track of what's going on with people is really, really important. And you do that better than anybody I've ever met. I don't know, I can't say enough about what you have contributed here. And I just hope that others know it by what I'm saying tonight. I was really thrilled to see Anita Reeder with her post on my Southborough. So go Anita. I thought, cheers to what she said. So it was a nice thing to say. It's nice to finally see something nice said in my Southborough as far as what we do. We don't always get those. So anyway, I just want you to know you're going to be missed, seriously. And I hope that we see you a whole lot. And when you have something to tell us, you'll not hesitate to do it.
I'm sure. Kathy, can I second that?
Of course you can.
And it's interesting to me. We obviously don't always agree. On the other hand, I think we've got a pretty unusual blend of strengths and skills. And each of us has things that we focus on. And I think that creates a whole of the group that is far more effective, frankly, than I've seen in select boards, in my memory, at least, in terms of everybody sort of pulls their weight and we got a lot of things done. And it's, again, we're not stepping on each other's toes a lot, which I think gives us a lot of breadth in terms of covering wide range of issues pretty effectively. So I think it's been a great group, and I'm disappointed that we're not continuing, but best wishes for your next next jump here. So thank you.
You too.
Kathy and Tim, I think you said it very well. It's definitely it's going to be a loss to the select board in terms of the particular skill set that each of you brought, and also the diligence and energy that you brought. But I'm also hopeful I'm confident that it'll soon, the loss to our board will soon be the gain to another board and committee in town after next week.
And of course, you two are very young, so.
Right.
But my guess is we haven't seen the last of you.
Can I just say something?
Of course.
Thank you all for your kind words. I just wanted to thank you for, and the residents for the opportunity to serve, the town for the last 3 years. I ran during a weird time, when you actually couldn't talk to anyone in person. I think I probably have, the longest time to not be in a in-person meeting on the board. And, I just remember coming back in here and clicking, okay, are you speaking now? Am I speaking now? And using our laptops to actually function. So we've been through a lot to get to the point that we're at today. And, I think I'm most grateful for the employees who didn't actually get super annoyed with all the questions that I asked and the financial policy that we put in place. And, I truly respect what they do. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that most people don't even realize. And I just want to thank them for all the time and energy that they spent to educate me so that I could make the best decision that I could for the town at the given time. And just a couple of things that I hope you continue with. Somebody's going to have to take the flags out as they're walking around the table. So make sure somebody fills that void. You know how I take the flags out as I walk past?
Yes, I do know. The one you knock over?
The one I knock over every time I walk through. And so thank you for working so well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very few times in my life I've been speechless. And I would just like to say that it has been an absolute pleasure to serve this town and to serve with all of you. I think the residents were well served. I think as Sam said, we all brought something different to the table. But I think the town again was well served, and I think all viewpoints were served. It's been an interesting 6 years. I've seen a lot of things happen with, as Chelsea said, COVID. We've seen Main Street. We've just seen 3 department heads come and go. I would just like to thank everyone that gave me the honor to sit at this table. Everyone, every conversation I've ever had with so very many of you has truly, truly meant the world to me. And it's truly touched me. But I just thank everyone, and I thank the board here. I think we've had a lot on our plates this last year, and Kathy, I thank you for St. Mark's Park and the dedication that you put into over the last year, getting that moved forward. And I think we all learned a lot of things from that, but I appreciate your leadership in doing that. And again, I could go on and say something about each one of you that has contributed so much to this town as well. And the town will be well served in our stead. And Mr. Purple, thank you for the millions of phone calls, millions of questions I've had for you. Vanessa, thank you for all of the wonderful things you've done as well. So many things happen behind the scenes that people aren't aware of that the two of you do. And it truly has been one of the highlights of my 18 years serving this town is working with the two of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Well said. Mark, you want to say anything?
So there's a lot of training that goes into a select board member. And it goes both ways. There's a lot of training that I need from you, in these relationships. And so sometimes, the time seems so short just when everything seems to be rolling and everything seems to be moving. And, and that's one of the things when I do talk with other managers about, I've had the same board for 10 years. I've had the same board for 12 years. And, I've appreciated the collaboration. I've appreciated your support. And, I learned early on with Chelsea that it's what I termed a question tree, is that each question would give an answer, which would beget three more questions, which, so you kind of, there was about a 48 or 72-hour cycle by the time it all just kind of came down to a conclusion. But, you know, at the end of the day, it made for a better decision, a better understanding, and gained, you know, a member on the board that would, that would fight for something, that would lead on a particular issue, like you all have led on various things. And, same with Lisa, I don't expect, simply because you two are moving on other boards or committees, and my phone's gonna ring any less. There's going to be continued questions, there's gonna be, and I appreciate that. I've always appreciated, Vanessa kids me, and I will say it publicly, I appreciate the one-on-ones, the small groups, rather than the bigger meetings, and I always have. And so again, I really appreciate, the things that you brought to the board, the decisions that you've helped, bring this board to. I've appreciated, the professional relationships, and I think it sometimes, it feels, more like friends, friendships that, you've had with me, over the years. And, and I hope that continues, even though, the plaques in front of your names may be changing at meetings. So, thank you for everything. And, I think that we're in a better place because of the things that you brought to the board.
Awesome, well said. Okay, it's hard to go on from there, but we still got a few more things to do. You're not off the hook yet. Okay, consent agenda. You got, oh, sorry. Mark,
No, that's okay. I have just one other item. I did get a call today from Robert Clevich of St. Mark's. The demolition of 21 Main Street. They had put in demo permits at the old police station. Is going to be beginning this week. Could be as soon as tomorrow. I just got the phone call this afternoon, so I wanted to make the board aware. Karina Quinn had sent an email earlier asking about, is the gazebo coming down? I was like, no, this is simply, for that building. We had talked about the possibility of saving the gazebo, if in fact it came to the St. Mark's wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah, they want somebody to come get it.
Yeah, but at this point, I think, there is no push for that to happen. If it does, then we'll have to take a look about potentially where, we might locate that. So just wanted the board to be aware.
Pretty big yard for that. Okay, that's it. Okay, all right, consent agenda. We got three simple things on there. So we've got minutes, which is basically going in, which were really important minutes. This is where we appointed Bill Cundiff as our DPW superintendent. Very straightforward. We are going to table the meeting schedule for next year. We're going to wait till the two new members get here so they can weigh in on that. Okay, so we're not going to do that. That one is tabled. And then we've got to correct the vote on the term for Nancy Suter from last week for the Housing Authority. Jim has said we should have done it for 5 years. We did it for 3. So that's on consent too. So anybody want to hold A or C?
Can you just do them separately?
Yes.
I'm not going to vote on the executive session.
Okay, so anyone want to hold C? Okay, all right, so everybody's okay with A, the minutes? Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion to approve the Friday, April 21st minutes.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so Lisa's not voting on that, so that's 401. All right, now I'll make a motion to approve correcting the term for Nancy Suter for the Housing Authority. So instead of it being 6, we actually didn't. So a term that begins 5/10/23 to 6/30/28.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? All right, so consent agenda. Other matters. So Lisa, I'm going to turn the next one over to you so you can explain to us what you would like us to consider and vote on.
Perfect. Vanessa, can you bring up the 3 slides that were in the packet first? So the board has already discussed these when I had done the town-owned parcel presentation for capital. Sorry, I'm saying I'm a lot. I did it again. So when the board initially discussed this, there were 5 parcels that have gone under the care and control of conservation. The board was hesitant on the next 3 that I'm going to ask you once again to consider. And do you have those slides, Vanessa? Okay, sorry, thank you. And hopefully I'm going to convince you and make some sense into putting these under the care and control of conservation. I will say I did speak to Ms. Danza today about these parcels as well. It's certainly on the radar. And Vanessa, worst case, just do the one I emailed you directly. Okay, because that one's fine, because that actually ties into two of the parcels together. And why I'm going to ask the board again to put that under the care and control of conservation. Well, just briefly, we can touch on this and then go to the individual one that I sent you. So there's three parcels. One is the Southville parcel here. It's 3.1 acres. You can see it abuts Liberty Estates where the ball field is. If you go to the second one, Vanessa. It should be Vale Terrace and it's 1.53 acres and it's to the left of what you're seeing on the screen right now, where it's depicted as 9. Okay. So while she's putting it up, I'll just touch briefly on these for you. These parcels, in speaking to Melissa today, I wasn't aware that the parcel where the ball field is, where the red field is actually currently under the care and control of conservation. So, and if you look, so it would be adding these two parcels. The parcel you see here, the purple, is actually deeded open space through the subdivision process. So there is very little, if any, access off of Vale Terrace. And you can see it's hard to access the 4.4-28 parcel as well that we just looked at. It's hard to access them because of the wetlands and the resource area. So there's a couple reasons I'm asking the board to do this is to give additional protections for the resource area. And Vanessa, can you just go to the last slide that shows, not the one that shows the Main Street parcel, but the individual one that I emailed to you? If you could just go to that one. It just kind of gives you a clearer picture why I'm asking the board to do this. And it's easier to do it with the graphic.
Who manages this now?
So these two
Town.
parcels, the town,
Town owns
the
it.
select board have control of these parcels currently.
And we're not doing anything with it or don't have any
Nope,
plans.
they're just sitting there. They were, sorry, Sam, they were from tax taking. They were left over from the subdivision that obviously, you know, nothing could be done with. I just want to tie them into you because there we go. So if you look at where the ball field is, and if you look across the street, there's that purple area. That's another 16.5 acres that's under the care and control of conservation. So you could make the point that if you could potentially even create a walking path if you so choose. All 4 of these parcels are in a contiguous line. You can see the purple. Actually, probably easier to do it this way. You can see, sorry, Sam, I'm just going to jump up here and show anybody at home. So it's this parcel here, this parcel here. This is already under the care and control of Concom, and so is this. So it would just be creating a link. And through the care and control of conservation, it's actually, you could do passive recreation. Obviously, the ball field is in there. So I'm going to ask the board one last time before I leave, if they would consider putting this under the care and control of conservation to create a whatever, you know, may be deemed. You could create a walking path or just create the opportunity to protect the resource area that it is.
And we talked at one point about putting a little park, neighborhood park, just to the south of the Liberty Estates field there.
Yep.
A nice little place down there. You could actually put something in for the neighborhood, which
Yep.
was- they expressed interest in at one point. So
Yep. So you'd still be able to do that.
sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. So again, I'm just here to ask the board one last time before I go. I think these parcels have a tremendous value. And obviously as a resource area with the wetlands, but also the potential that for passive recreation, they might.
Why didn't we do this before? I can't remember.
We were going to talk to recreation. I don't know that we realized, Sam, then that that was under the care and control where the ball field is already. We had talked about, you know, seeing what recreation's thoughts were on possibly doing this, but
Okay.
now knowing it's these parcels are
Oh.
contiguous and it's already there. So I would just ask the board to once again consider putting these under the care and control, and Melissa Danza is well aware of these parcels.
She supports it.
Yes, we've talked about it. So, but again, she would have to bring it to conservation and you know, and they would take the final vote.
And she thinks they will support it.
She does. She does.
Okay.
But again, she can't speak for them, but
Understand.
yeah.
So we're voting to basically say, we agree, we want conservation to consider taking this under their control.
Correct, the care and control of conservation.
And if they agree, then we will turn that over to them.
Correct, correct.
Control the property now.
Yep. And the last one, I'll just bring this up again. We talked about this before on Main Street. There's 1.8 acres directly abutting the aqueduct. And Melissa and I talked a little bit about this parcel too. You know, this was obviously a tax taking parcel as well. There was an attempt at one point in time to do something there and it just couldn't be done. Obviously, there's a protected, an additional protected resource area because it is the aqueduct. So I'm just again going to ask the board. I mean, again, I'm thinking ahead to what could the potential be. And for passive recreation, where it runs along the aqueduct, it might be nice to be able to do something there as well. As far as passive, you know, you talk about a little park, Sam,
Mhm.
that might be a great spot for that as well. I think there's a ton of potential for it. So I would just ask you to consider that parcel. as
And
well.
again, they have fairly broad discretion in terms of what they
They
might
do,
want to do, but is it limited to passive recreation?
pretty much, yes.
I mean, what determines that? Is there
So,
some current
you-
restriction on the deed for the property that says these are the uses, or does
No.
anything Concom does has to be for passive recreation?
Well, there's a list of things, but yes, it's, you can't go in and clear cut, you know, for instance, you couldn't do that. I mean,
Or
there's,
sell it, or
right, there's protections within it. So again, it's totally up to you. I feel strongly about these three, so whether I sit here or I sit on the other side of the table, I'll be coming back and asking again if need be. So
Right, so there's the threat, so.
okay.
that's it, public comment.
I surrender.
It's a powerful tool. No. So again, it's the board's discretion, but I would just ask you to at least consider for these three. They were done by tax taking, so it's just an additional benefit.
I'm in favor of protection, so I'm fine.
Thank you.
Andrew,
I think this makes a lot of,
Chelsea,
I think this makes sense.
I agree.
you do too?
Thank you. You just don't want to see me come under public comment.
Okay, so Lisa, why don't you make the motion that we need to make to get this over to conservation?
Perfect. I make a motion that the board consider,
Or do.
actually do, sorry, Sam, thank you. I make a motion that the board ask conservation to take the Vale Terrace parcel, the Southville parcel and the Main Street Aqueduct parcel as printed in the packet, ask to take that under the care and ask them to take it under their care and control.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? 5-0.
Thank
Okay, so
you.
who's going to let conservation know that they need to put this on their agenda?
Mr. Purple.
Okay, all right. Okay, check that one out. Okay, we're gonna do B, because I think that one's pretty quick, and then we're gonna take a
Yeah.
5-minute break. Okay, Andrew?
That's right.
All right, so Lisa, you want to take this one too?
I do. So I just wanted the board to consider currently the stipend for the tree warden designee is $4,000 a year. And I think we've seen over the course of the last couple of years, the amount of time that Chris puts in. There's actually 4 types of tree removals. There's resident, there's National Grid, there's emergency. And then we actually have a tree inventory report that just got finished in August of last year that we haven't reviewed yet. Like I went through it already and there's 123 trees. So there's a ton of work that will be required of Chris to go through these, as well as trimming and it's such a long process. He goes out and looks at every single one of these trees. I think if we had to pay somebody else to do it, $4,000 wouldn't be close. I mean, I did look at what some other towns do. Some other towns have arborists, and I think if we actually brought an arborist in, we'd be looking at 30 times, you know, maybe not 30, but 20 times at least what Chris is paying. So I won't be sitting here. If the board agrees to consider this and do this, you would have to take this to the personnel board and they would have to approve through town meeting the increase in the stipend. I just think the value that we're getting, not just the value, but also the depth of Chris's knowledge of Southborough and the road system and the trees here would just warrant some form of increase. I personally would like to see it go to 10,000 because again, I think it's a huge investment and the amount of time currently he's not being paid overtime to do this. He's fitting it in with his daily duties. So again, kudos to him for that. So again, just for the board to consider, I did look through, I said a variety of towns, salaryexpert.com with a tree warden with 1 to 3 years experience in Massachusetts averages $32,000 a year. So I think we have an opportunity to, not that Chris has asked for this, but I think it's an opportunity to show him that the hard work, and we saw tonight how smoothly this process went was because of the hard work that him and Tammy have both done. So that's it.
Sam.
Question. I fully agree that Chris is doing a great job with the trees. I guess my question is, I'm still not quite sure sort of how the overall time plays out on this. If his salary is X dollars, let's say, does that include the intent that that includes the trees and all the other things? He's operations supervisor and a variety of other things here. So if in fact, his salary is X dollars and he's got a list of job responsibilities, then those ought to cover whatever those responsibilities are. So if he's doing the tree warden or designee work in addition to that and spending, overtime basically, then I think stipends make a lot of sense, certainly. I guess I'm less compelled about stipends generally if they're part of your normal job description, or if you're putting in extra effort, extra hours, weekends or whatever to do the extra work, then I think stipends make sense. So it's not clear to me how all that fits here, I guess.
So I did speak to him briefly on this. I mean, I just wanted to get his thoughts. So he's got a lot on his plate, and obviously tree warden isn't part of his normal day-to-day job responsibilities. He's depending on Tammy a lot to put this all together, but he's still taking the time and he's finding the time to do it, Sam.
Yep.
That's not to say that he's got this extra time in his schedule, because he truly doesn't.
Yeah.
He's making it happen, which again, I commend him for, without costing us additional dollars. So I understand your point, but again, I'm hoping the board will consider this. You can certainly bring Chris in or everybody can talk to him individually, Sam,
Yep.
and find out exactly his duties. But I just think if Chris walked away from the table, there's no one at the DPW
Yep.
that would want to do this.
That would be a real
So,
loss. That's right.
yeah.
Maybe we need to pay Tammy a stipend if she's doing other extra
No.
stuff here. I don't know. Again, I don't object to a stipend, but it's just not clear to me. I think it's helpful to understand sort of what the expectation is for this. And, I'd like to think about the number, I guess, too, a little bit.
Chelsea.
So I think Chris has done a great job. I've had the chance to interact with him several times over the last few months. And I think we saw tonight proof that he's working really hard to make this as seamless as possible for us. I mean, I think our last tree hearing was much longer than the one tonight. So anything that can be streamlined for two boards to get through, I think is great. And remember, this is not what he has to be doing. So he is, in my mind, helping us. But he could walk away tomorrow and we don't have anybody to do it. So I think, I appreciate Lisa bringing this forward, because I do think it's something that we should show that we value. I think you guys going forward can decide on what the exact number is and what's reasonable and vet it through personnel board. But I don't think, I agree with Lisa. I don't think 4 is enough for what's happening. And I think, with having a tree maintenance fund now, and how are we going to figure out where trees should go? And we're going to have a tree replacement aspect to that. I think there's going to be more added duties that are not going to fall within his regular job description. So those are my thoughts.
This is not in his job description now,
No,
not at all.
Nope.
Okay.
he could walk away tomorrow and we have nobody to do this and it's back on the select board.
Yep.
You almost did walk away. So is the 4K been in there since 1991?
I think it was increased, Mark, wasn't it at one point?
Increased?
Sorry. Yeah, I think it was like 2,000, or I'm trying to remember, it was a while ago.
Yes, yeah, no, I believe it had been increased. I think, and just back to one of the things that Mr. Stivers brought up is that I think one of the reasons this has been kept as a stipend is because, Mr. Leroy is part of the DPW union.
Yeah.
So it's not something that we want to make part of a union contract. Also, I think the board would like some flexibility. Again, no one wants to see Chris not do this. But if someone else does, we don't want to incorporate it into a salary either, just for that purpose, to give that board that flexibility should decide not to do that. We are going to have to figure out a way to meet that need somehow.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew?
Yeah, I support this. And just, we shouldn't forget that there was a point in time in this whole process over the last 2 years where I think he gave a notice that he didn't want to do this anymore. And then we asked / begged him to do it, and he agreed to do it for the same amount of money, even though it was clear it was going to become a lot more work. And so I think we should do this. It's just a matter of exactly what the number is and when we do it. And are you suggesting of something that's like retroactive or going forward?
Well,
Shouldn't
it
this-
almost can't be retroactive. We've got to get
Yeah.
personnel board to amend the bylaw. And then we've got to probably increase the DPW budget. I mean, the 4 is in the DPW budget, so we've got to increase that at fall town meeting. So there's a process. So we got time to do
Okay,
this, but
okay.
I think, it'd be nice to leave Lisa with the knowledge that it looks like the 3 remaining board members do support this. We just got to get the details worked out.
Yep, so it couldn't happen before a fall town meeting, practically.
Well, it's not in the budget, and then personnel board's got to, personnel board can make some changes before town meeting, but this is not the kind of thing that they would do.
Yeah, no, even if you had the funding available, personnel board has still got to change that stipend amount first.
Okay.
Yep.
So October
Okay.
17th.
Yep, I support the concept,
Okay,
certainly.
so is that good enough, Lisa, for tonight? Okay. All right, so we won't
Thank you.
get it.
Well, thank you for
Looking out for
making
them.
sure this got on the agenda.
No, I think he is great to work with all those emails and all those updates. My gosh. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break and we will return for Mr. Purple.
Yep.
Yes, you did.
So when we come back, you can make your comment on the tree warden. Okay, sorry.
Thank you for on the flags.
You got
Yeah, I didn't think the right thing.
I think about.
How are you?
That's just, big ceremony tonight, Kumare and Dungeons.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're not gonna leave? Oh, I'm gonna use the list. Okay, that's great. That's great. I was actually, working out a couple weeks ago. Okay, so it's not, so it's not. It's not that big, so that. It was close.
No, I. She was close. I was close. She did say the best practice, like you said, is that. And talk about that, and let's talk about any common threads to the five different. That's not bad. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. And it's sort of put all together, really is a kind of students. Let me say that, and then you guys can then make content. If that's something. Then we will vote on those raise. Well, I mean, more than that's what we can.
Everybody ready? Yeah. So Terry, Vanessa, we're ready when you guys are. Thank you. All right, so we're back in session at 9:14. So Mr. Litz, I'm sorry about that. I didn't see you until it was too late. So you want to make a comment on the tree warden stipend?
Sometimes I can be invisible, but that doesn't.
Well, I didn't,
paying
you know,
attention.
I just didn't see you. Sorry.
So I just wanted to comment a little bit on the tree warden stipend question. I mean, it seems to me that the town is counting on certain functions happening. And the way that we formalize that is with a job description and a grade in the case of the SAP employees. So yeah, the union probably creates some complication I'm not aware of, but whatever that mechanism is, it seems to me that in exchange for the stipend, there ought to be a commitment and there ought to be a job description so that we can count on things being done. You know, and coming along with that, again, forgetting the mechanics of the union issues, which I'm not familiar with. I mean, you ought to have some sense that, you know, someone has signed up to do the work, that if they're going to stop doing the work, you get a reasonable notice, that, you know, the stipend if you were to go through the same kind of grading and review process that the Personnel Board does for the positions it controls, would come up with about that number. I mean, I'm sympathetic to the work that he does, and I think he ought to be fairly compensated for it. But I don't think it ought to be a one-off, because we're sort of in this corner, let's kind of do something. I think there ought to be some more rigor behind it along the lines of the Personnel Board process or something similar. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Yes.
So I hear you, Mr. Litt. However, having negotiated a few union contracts and having stipends in them, I believe this is the better way to go, because you don't necessarily need to have somebody in the union do this function. And I think it ties the town's hands if you do put it into the union contract. And you don't know the direction that we're going to go, because then you get into, this is a union responsibility. And let's say that at some point down the road, the town decides to go with a full-time arborist that is also the tree warden, then you're locked in.
So peace. I mean, I'm not saying you have to put it in the union contract, but I am saying that in exchange for the stipend, there ought to be a formal agreement on the side that has, what the requirements are and that compensation sort of makes sense. I mean, just having a stipend that's labeled for the tree warden without a job description, without any, formal ability to manage it or any real formal commitment coming back, that doesn't make sense to me.
So
That's where I am.
I think the tree policy that the board, if I could just jump in.
Yes.
If the tree policy that the board put together tonight and formalized, I think sets that path. And so, that may be the groundwork to establishing, a quasi job description, for the stipend, the expectations. So I think you've started down that road if in fact, that's how we want to do it.
I was going to say the same thing, Mark. I completely agree with you that the groundwork is there through what the expectation is through the tree policy.
And we are going to the Personnel Board. We will have an opportunity to opine on the payment here. So I'm less focused on formality here in terms of having a flexible structure. So.
All right, all good, all good. Okay, so next major item is Mr. Purple's annual evaluation. Consideration of his annual increase for the year beginning 7/1/23. And discussion of the ability to extend his current contract, which ends 6/30/24 by another year if we so choose to, and he agrees to do that. It's a mutual decision. Okay, as far as the one sentence in the contract. Okay, so let's start off with his annual valuation. So because of open meeting law, we have to be careful about how we do this. So we're allowed to, everybody did their own individual evaluation. They sent them to me. No one has seen them but me. So there's been no discussion at all as far as what's in those reviews. I'm allowed to amalgamate them into a composite number. So there's basically, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories that we used in the appraisal that we did. So thank you, everybody, for doing that timely as always. Mr. Purple also submitted to us his list of accomplishments for this past year, things that he thought were major and was quite lengthy and impressive. So we had that to work with too, as far as these reviews go. So I got all 5 of them. I have tallied them. The composite number, so it's 1 to 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 being highest, 1 being lowest. The composite number of all 5 is 3.78. Now I'm going to go ahead and say that this is a little bit of a tale of 2 cities. 4 of those reviews were much higher than a 5th one. If you looked at the 4 that were pretty close, pretty tightly, pretty tight as far as the numbers go, the average of those 4 was 4.214. So 3.78 for the 5 and 4.214 for the 4 that looked a lot like each other as far as numbers go. Okay, I don't know what it looks like in previous years, but that's what it did. Then I tried to go through and look for, again, this is a composite evaluation. So I'm looking for things where there is common ground, similarity between comments. And there was a few common themes. One is that Mr. Purple works really hard and has a lot on his plate, and he's got a really tough job, which we now realize, when you don't sit in these seats, you don't realize what all has to be done to keep everything moving in this town, right? There's a whole lot of things that have to be done just to keep the wheels going. So that was certainly throughout several of them. There was some focus on the fact that there has been a perceived improvement in communication. And there was a lot of compliments on Mark's ability to be flexible, with the understanding that he's got to deal every year, probably with new faces on the select board. So he's got to get used to a new personality all the time. And there was a lot of compliments on his ability to do that pretty seamlessly, that he seems to be able to just kind of roll with it and do whatever he's got to do to adjust to that new personality rather than that new personality adjust to him. He seems to, I think at least two, maybe three said that, yes, he does a really good job of being able to work with that new person, figuring out how that person works. This is a very roll up the sleeves, detailed board, all five of us. He gets a lot of questions. There was compliments on the way he handles those and the ability to do things for the most part timely. There was definitely some comments about how that's improved over time. And so I assume that there were times maybe where whoever wrote that thought that should be improved, but it looked like things were going in the right direction. So overall, the four were extremely positive and appreciative of Mark's work the past year. They all seem to think that a lot got done this past year. And if you look at his list of accomplishments, I mean, I forget how many pages this, but it's a lot, right? So you don't realize how much you do till you start adding it up as far as what all we've done this year, but we have truly dealt with a lot of things. One of the major things that was pointed out in a couple of reviews is the work that he and Vanessa did on getting the DPW superintendent in place, helping us with the police chief replacement and helping us with the building inspector replacement. I mean, all three were a lot of work. And I think we all think we're in a pretty good place with all three at this point, right? I think we're pretty happy with where we've ended up with all three. So, I mean, we didn't expect Karen Galligan to resign, and she did. We didn't expect Lori Lavoli to retire, and she did. And we didn't expect to replace police chief when we did. So he handled all those. So overall, it was a very positive set. Now, the one that's not so positive, I'll at least mention a few things, which is I believe that maybe the thesis there is that person's looking more for Mark to take leadership positions and things, and maybe not do so many things that are considered minor and ministerial. So push that down when you can, which is always true. You always want your top people to push things down and spend their limited time on big picture stuff, right? Making leadership decisions, judgment decisions, et cetera. So that was kind of one of the theses there. Everybody's gonna get a chance to weigh in here. I'm just trying to give you the overall thesis of what I read, without, again, you guys reading what the other four have said. So you have a chance to kind of comment that way. So that's what I've got to say about that. Mark, we'll give you a chance to talk in a second too, as far as what you think, but that was the gist of what I see here. Mark hasn't seen these yet either, but he will. I'll get all five of them to him. Okay. So with that, Chelsea, you want to?
Sure. Thank you. So Mark, I thought overall you had a really good year. I pulled up I think the first review that I ever did of you, and I compared after I did this review. And I think you really took, at least individually, my feedback seriously, and you've made a lot of improvements. I think you have been a pleasure to work with. And, you know, I think with what Kathy said of hiring 3 new department heads, you have your work cut out for you to make sure that you continue to mentor those employees, especially because none of them are in the town hall. And so that's going to be a challenge, I think, for you in terms of timing for next year. But I think that you enjoy that part of your job. At least you appear to. And, but I just think to have three at the same time is difficult for anybody. And, you know, you work extremely hard. You get back to all of us right away, even if it's multiple times a day. But I think you have done a nice job of letting your finance team kind of run with whatever they're working on. You have your pulse on it, but I think you've been able to let them take more responsibility, which I think is a good thing. I think you have a very capable finance team. I think this board's complimented them on that before. So that's one of the things that I think has freed you up a little bit. I still think there's some more work that you need to do for delegation. But, you know, I think with those three hires, like Kathy mentioned, that was, I think I'm really excited for them to onboard. I know we have one already, obviously, with Chief Newell. But that's kind of my overall general theme is I appreciate your ability to be flexible with who you're working with or for.
Thank you. As I sit here, the senior, and Sam, I say that very lightly, the senior member of the board for at least a few more days. I've seen a lot of very positive changes, Mark, and you were very competent when I came on board. But I think you have always taken the criticism, good, bad, or ugly, and I think you've strived to improve on those things. And I think it's pretty apparent, excuse me, concerns that I've had over the 6 years from whether employees or whatnot. I think you've really, really stepped up in the last couple of years. And I've heard very positive things from employees as far as mentoring, feeling like that you really listen to them. I, as a member of the board, give you a lot of credit because you listen a lot to me and you give me constructive criticism as well. And very few people in my life can change my position on things. You're one of them. So I very much appreciate that. I appreciate the time. And as I personally have grown as well with help from you. So I think that's important. I think you've had a very interesting year. There was a lot of things. I won't touch on the 3 department heads because Chelsea has already touched on that. But I think there was a lot going on with Breakneck Hill. We moved at a very fast pace. I think you did a wonderful job in collaborating, in getting us to at least a position that we know where we're at and, you know, what the town is going to be looking for. So I thank you for the dedication that you've given. You've never been afraid to take on the extra work that needed to be done and get it done in a timely manner. I've come to you at 5 o'clock on a day of a meeting before, and you have always stopped what you were doing and helping. So again, I've appreciated the 6 years that I've been on the board with you, and I will certainly miss some of our conversations, but I think I've seen such steady growth with you. And I thank you for that.
Sam?
I think it's no secret that I'm the outlier here, as I was at the prior review a year and a half or so ago. I certainly appreciate the fact that you work hard and you've got a lot of skills. I think, though, that and overall, I think we're doing okay. I think we can do better, and I would hope that we could. And my comment was on the leadership one. I think there are follow-up issues. I think we've been slow to upgrade staff in certain areas. And not that you hire and fire people, but I think you bring that to our attention and help support encouraging people to move on when it's time for them to move on. And I think we've been slow in that kind of thing as well. So, you know, again, I think we've made good progress recently. I think we are doing good things, but I guess I sort of look for a stretch there to say, let's take on some other things and provide some leadership to get some even more significant things done. So that's sort of where I am, and not much different from the last time. So thank you.
Andrew?
Sure. So a lot of the comments that I would make have already been said, but just to kind of summarize, I thought you had a great self-evaluation memo. I enjoyed reading it. at the end, I thought there were two good points you made. One about, the whole business of town government and running the town being a team game. And I think we're at a nice point where we feel like we had a good town meeting. We had a bunch of other good things happen. And I feel like we're making some progress and good things are happening. Second, I liked how you had expressed that, you like coming to work, and even though you've been doing this for about 30 years, you find new challenges, and that's a very important quality. I think you have a good sense of humor and put things in perspective, because this definitely is a position where that will serve you in good stead. And, I just think that it's important, as Lisa stressed, where we've had, changes at a bunch of important positions. I'm actually I think of how you've been on the 2 years that I've been on the board, there's been significant changes in other departments. And it's important, I think, during those types of times where we have, steadiness and stability at this position. And I think that you have done that. And, without that, we would have been in a much worse place. So, I think what you're hearing is that, it's periodically important for someone that's been as steady and as stable as you've been to just periodically recognize and appreciate that important quality. We spend a lot of time here. You spend far more multiples of the time that we here. Just know that it's valued and appreciated. One other example of, I thought, that a good value that you brought is, both your knowledge of the town, but also connections in the MMA community. Abdul, I think he was someone who you had known from Framingham. That was good that we've been able to deal with the gap in a very, very important position. So, look forward to the next year, and you got some thoughts of goals. I'm sure we're going to come up with some goals. There's some ones that are going to be really challenging. You would just keep going and try to make some progress on those. Yes, I think we also all value your, input and opinions on the issues that we face. And I think you do a good job of communicating it diplomatically, being respectful of our position as the select board and the appointing authority, but also, being available to, if we ask you what you think, telling us what you think.
So you want to say something?
So I'd like to thank the board, for your comments this evening, all of you, including Mr. Stivers. I do want to point out, you made, some, the comments that you make during, these evaluation process, everything, they stick with me, right? They're things that I use as motivation. I think this past year, and I don't want to focus on one of you in that, but but I do think that,
Thank you.
We've spent a lot of, like I said, I think we've spent more time together this year. I've worked on this relationship. And the tough part about this job is that I have to have 5 different relationships with each of you,
Yep.
Andrew looks for things, excuse me, in a certain way, and I may not talk to him an awful lot, but I know that when we do speak, it's going to be for about a half an hour, 40 minutes. And we're going to catch up on a lot of things and get things, as chair, we spend a lot of time together, and some of you, more often than not and everything. So, it is difficult, to try to do that. I have to be a chameleon, to try to handle some of those things. I think that, when it comes to the way this position is established, as a town administrator, and I wouldn't say it's a strong town administrator position, it's fairly weak, is that my authority, other than that which is clearly delineated, changes with each board. There are certain things that, the board feels comfortable with me doing. And then there are other things that, we're okay with you doing that, but check with us first, right? So and it changes. When I was hired 10 years ago, the instructions from the board were, do what you need to do, let us know when you need us. type of thing, right? So it's always different. And so that's something that, again, on May 10th, we'll reset and we'll look at, how that's going to work for the next coming year. Andrew, I do appreciate your comments in terms of team approach. It's a team game. As far as I'm concerned, if everything goes well, we all look good. If things don't go well, then we all kind of get dinged. I know that I'm the one that's sitting here usually if things go well or things go bad. And I want to make sure that's why I try to make sure it's important to me that people get recognized for what they do. I don't, and Ms. Hale would call it sarcasm, by the way. It's not humor as much with her, but I think that, to recognize her, Vanessa does a great job. And I think one of the things I try to do is when I'm away and when I'm taking leave time, I try to be gone, and I've been better at that this past year. And I think you've really got to experience a little bit more, how capable and how valuable Ms. Hale is, and she is to me, and now, you're understanding that, and she is to the organization. She's been, very integral in trying to make sure we get the right people in the organization, and even in this climate, when you can't find good qualified people for a lot of positions, we somehow continue to get good people, to come here. I'm excited, for our new superintendent to start in July 24th. I've had great conversations already with our new building commissioner. He's been great. Actually, the conversation I was having with him in his office got interrupted twice because he had to go help somebody with the counter. Great customer service, helping to explain things to people. It's nice to see that. And one of the things that I do find is I can't get out of the office as much as I want to. I can't be out in other places where I need to. I haven't been out taking my walks in the cemetery. And then, Pam would call me and say, hey, I got calls from like 3 seniors, want to know what you're doing next door in the cemetery. So I've got to find a way to get out more and spend more time outside of the office. And because I think there's great value in that, but I look forward to coming to work. I appreciate the opportunity to serve the town and, to serve this board. It's been almost 10 and a half years now. It's gone by very quickly. We got a great team. We do a nice job. We can always do better. There always are ways to do better. There are always ways to improve. We'll continue to work in that direction, but I appreciate the support of the board and I look forward to the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are not going to set Mark's goals for fiscal year 24 tonight because I just thought it was too much on this agenda. And the 2 new members should be able to weigh in on those too. But what we are going to ask Chelsea and Lisa to do is submit their comments to us. So we want you guys to submit to us your list of what, if you were here, you would have thought would be goals. I'm actually excited about that. I've actually got, I think that's going to be fun to do that. So we'll get that scheduled as far as fiscal year 24 goals. Okay, so 2 more specific things related to Mark. In his contract, which I've got in front of me, there is
Can I stop and ask?
Yeah.
Because now we're probably gonna, this is the last meeting we'll have Chelsea and Lisa's benefit on. I mean, I think that, Mark had outlined 4 goals that he had thought of, right? And the process for, under, I think the contract is, 2 goals from the select board, 2 from the town administrator. I mean, I'd be interested in both feedback of, what you think of the goals that Mark suggested, and then also, if there are some that we should adopt ourselves, or just think, big picture. Obviously, like, if there are goals that Mark came up with, you think are good goals, I would like to hear that. If there are new additional things, I'd also like to hear that as well.
So
I don't mean this as a homework assignment either. It's
so
obviously
that he's got potential goals at the bottom of his memo, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we definitely are going to have goals. We're just not going to do them tonight. We're going to do that as a separate exercise. Solicit Chelsea and Lisa's input into those. it just seemed like it was too much to try to do tonight.
I completely understand.
Okay.
Agree.
All right, so you're okay?
Yeah, I'm just saying that once we have two new members, it may not have some of the, like, some of these require some, history to think about whether it's a good goal to include or not. I'd like to have the benefit of that.
Well, you want the benefit from Chelsea and Lisa right now is what you're asking, or benefit from Mark?
We
I'm
can
not,
put it later or now.
So
Doesn't
the
matter.
way that this has been done, I'm sorry, the way this has been done previously, is that, I would have 4 goals. The board, I would be able to propose 2 goals, and then the board would propose 2 goals, and we would, jointly agree on those. I had talked with, Ms. Cook about, the order of how we do the goals. It really should be the board sets the goals, and then we have a trickle down. So my goals come off of your goals, and then goals that I set for contract employees or other employees under the board's purview, should all come from the board. But the way it's happening now, you're going to do my goals, which then I can then trickle down to, the people that I review. But then the board's goals get set last, right? So it really should be in a different order. Now, obviously, that's just not going to work this year for timing. But again, something to consider, maybe to discuss when we have our goal setting meeting and in whenever it is set, June or July, as to how we're going to do this, and maybe try and set it up so next year things will start to waterfall in that fashion, so that things start with the board and then it works top down.
so the reason that we had even contemplated trying to do the goals tonight was to get Lisa and Chelsea's input. But the more I thought about that's takes some time to do, right? To really sit down, look how long it took us to do ours at night. So I still think waiting and doing it separately. We may need to wait. If we can do ours in September and June, maybe we do yours right after that. We'll figure that out, right? But the point is, make sure that we get your input, your two inputs, so that we've got that experience in history. And then that will, we can help the 2 new people as far as getting there. Everybody needs help getting up to speed, right? So we'll do that. So Andrew, I'm still not quite understanding what you want us to do right now.
I don't think there's anything other than I just look forward to getting the benefit of Lisa and Chelsea's thoughts on what goals we should set for the next year.
I mean, the ones Mark's up to, I agree. These are especially definitely get the St. Mark's Park, our street project done. Ditto, ditto, ditto. So you're okay with what we've got planned?
I'm fine.
Okay, so now, specifically Mark's contract. So remember, his current contract started October, I believe 20 or 18th, and goes through October 18th to 21, goes through 6/30/24. So it wasn't quite 3 years, and that was done very specifically because it stated here to get him on a fiscal year contract.
Yeah.
So in appreciation of that, there was a clause added that says that if we want to, it just says, therefore, the parties, select board and Mark, can agree to a 1-year option to renew upon mutual agreement. So I thought it was fair that we at least acknowledge that tonight and see if there's an appetite to do that tonight or not. Now, if we don't do it, then the contract clearly says that in November or so, 7 months ahead of time, we're supposed to start sitting down and negotiating the new contract with Mark. So that's all spelled out pretty nice as far as the timing is. So we're not too far away from starting the new contract anyway. But I thought it was only fair that we bring this up and point out with Lisa's help that this is there to see if this board, before it's no longer this board, wants to consider exercising that 1-year option, which would take his contract through 6/30/25. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, as we all know, when you're new on the board and it's a learning process, there's a learning curve. The information that's disseminated to you is very different than what the public gets. And I think it would be almost a disservice to the new members that are coming on the board to not have some time with Mr. Purple to make a decision on his contract. I would suggest that the board exercise the extension, give the new board and the 2 new members an opportunity and a year or less under their belt to at least understand how differently things are when you sit on this side of the table and the perceptions on this side of the table, because you're privy to a lot more information. And so I would be very supportive of moving forward. Again, I think it just gives options to the new people. It's a lot of pressure to put on the board for somebody that's new, coming on with the summer schedule as well, and shorter meetings in 2 months of the year, July and August. And then in December, somebody start negotiating going forward. So me personally, I would ask that the board consider the extension to give ample opportunity for the new members to get up to speed. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, Lisa. I guess, I think it's the job of the new board. I mean, they're the ones who are going to be actually, working over the next several years here. And I think, to me at least, it's appropriate for them to, whoever that board is to be able to manage this process going forward. So, I mean, it's sort of, in some ways, it's sort of, creating a link to the past, if you will, that the new board has to deal with, and they may or may not agree with this. So I think it's a little unfair to do this without their opportunity to manage that. So my personal opinion, I'm often in the minority, but that's how I look at it. So thank you.
Chelsea?
So I was involved in this specific contract negotiation with Mr. Purple. And Kathy, as you mentioned, we were trying to get him on a July schedule, which in a sense shortchanged the 3-year contract, right? So we could have either opted to do the 3-year 8-month contract or the 2-year 8-month contract. And we opted for the 2-year 8-month contract. I think I mentioned earlier that I compared my initial review of Mr. Purple to tonight's review of Mr. Purple. And I think at the time, at least me personally, I felt like I wanted to give the board an option to do a year extension rather than automatically giving the 3-year 8-month contract. And I wanted to give him an opportunity to take feedback and show the board that he was willing to do that and willing to adapt and be flexible to whoever was sitting on the board. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to extend this contract. I think that, at the time I was not willing to do it, but give him this option. And I'm glad we did that, because I think that to give somebody 4 months on a select board to evaluate everything Mr. Purple does and understand all the ins and outs is not enough time. So that's where I stand.
So just to be clear, you'd like to exercise it?
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew?
I think based on the comments that Lisa and Chelsea have made, I'm kind of warming to that idea. So I'll just say that my context is this was in the final stages of being negotiated right when I came aboard, and I just did not have the full context of how why this particular term was there. And I think that's helpful for me to kind of understand it. I definitely understand the point you're making of, certainly when I came right on board, the essential terms of this were either done or very close to done. And it was just a matter of finalizing it. But, I think you raised a good point there about having two new members at the same time is, you got two people that don't have the same level of experience. So that's kind of where I stand on this. So this would be, what you're suggesting here is the expiration of the contract would not be June 30th, 2024, it'd be June 30th, 2025.
That would be the impact or the effect of.
And the same, each year eligible to receive an increase based on the annual SAP increase in board approval, just like in the current.
So nothing would change other than the term would go out a year. So I am, I've gone back and forth. I think I'm lukewarm right now for a couple reasons. You know, it seems, you know, select board's a tough job, right? So it looks like, you know, I don't know what the average is. People stay 3 years, 6 years. I'm not sure what it is, but it's likely that almost every year you very well may have a new person, right? So the new person argument doesn't persuade me, except that this time we got 2 new people. So it's 40%, not 20%. If there were one person, new person coming, I might be not lukewarm at all. I'd say, let's just let them do it. You know, are we taking away a decision from the new board? Is that fair to do that? I think you could argue that it is. I think you argue that it's not. I'm not sure. But before going further, this has got to be mutual. Do you want us to do this? You guys, do you want to work another year here? So you got to say you'd be fine with this before we go any further. If you say, I don't want you to do it, then,
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been here for 10 and a half years. I've enjoyed my time here. And, you know, I would be very comfortable, you know, finishing my career here, you know, and that's a decision that, you know, again, as you said, is mutual. But you know, I think that, the way that Ms. Malinowski put it, it was a contentious part of the negotiation. And I use that word carefully, but it was, you know, the getting you know, having been here for the term that I have and then getting less than a 3-year contract, you know, I felt was a little bit of a stigma. And so that last piece of putting in that additional year as an option was really the, you know, the final piece, I think that that brought it together. So, you know, I absolutely would, you know, if the board was willing to do that, I absolutely would concur with that decision.
okay, that actually changes my mind. Okay, so based on that, I didn't realize that this was something that was a real big sticking point in this.
I think I met with Mark more times in contract negotiations over this. Out of every contract I've done, right? We spent a lot of time together on this, yeah. And Lisa.
Yeah.
And it was not pretty.
No, not at all.
Nope.
So Sam, I'm going back to you to.
Yeah, I think it's the job of the new board, so I'm not going to support it, but clearly the votes are there for it, so.
So it looks like it's either a 3-2 vote or 4-1 vote. Andrew, you're going to vote for this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I will make a motion to exercise the option that's included in Mr. Purple's current contract to extend the term of the contract from the current 6/30/24 to 6/30/25 with all other terms that are in this contract to be carried over.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? 4, all opposed? 4-1. Okay, so, we won't be doing anything this November then probably, right? So we've got a little more time to do that. Okay. All right. Now, the next thing is, potential increase for Mark for the year ending 6/30/24. So this one's pretty easy. It's pretty cut and dry. It's, SAP. So I mean, there's this up to the SAP. So we know the SAP for 6/30/24 was 4%. I think discussion is, do we want to vote for the 4% or do we want to do something less? 4 is our cap.
I would be in favor of the 4% and that's where I stand. Thanks.
Me too, if everybody else is getting the 4%, basically. I think that should
I
be
mean,
it.
you know, I just say, 4% is not even keeping people up with inflation. So, well, it's not. I mean, the inflation was horrible this past year.
Yeah.
So, we're kind of getting off a little bit easy here with these 4% compared to what some people got. So sounds like we're all there on that one. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve increasing Mark's salary effective July 1st, 2023 by 4%.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? All right, done.
Thank you.
You are quite welcome. Okay, so Mark, you're on.
So this item, I believe would have been generated by Mr. Stivers, correct?
It was, absolutely.
So this is, and I guess this is based on our discussion at the pavement management study review with Beta Group, who had indicated that they do work, they will help to work on grants and solicit grants and everything for to fund these projects. And it turned out that they do not necessarily do that work. They partner with CSS, who obviously we already partner with for our ARPA and CARES for the assistance for the accounting department. So I had reached out to Jen Thompson, who I believe, the board met. She came in and presented to you. And they do quite a bit of this work for other communities. They do the grant applications and hunting down these grants. It's an hourly rate that they do. And if there is an administrative component to the grant as awarded, normally those fees are put inside of the grant, but really we're in it for whatever it costs for us to either define the grant and to help to apply for the grant. Ms. Thompson had said that communities our size are normally budgeting between $10,000 and $15,000 a year for this kind of grant work. That's normally, what they've been seeing. They would come in, they'd sit down, they'd look at our capital plans, and they'd start to build a strategy off of that. The question was whether or not the board would need to do a new contract if we wanted to continue that relationship. But as Ms. Thompson pointed out in our correspondence back and forth, is that when they did the ARPA proposal for the services, they put some general language in there which allowed them to assist the town with other state federal grant opportunities. So we already have that ability for them to begin doing this if we want to. We did authorize, I believe, just shy of $50,000 for them to do this work. And they've spent a very small amount of that so far in working with accounting. So, there are funds that are available there, that I don't foresee at this current rate over the course of the next 20 months, 22 months. There'll be a closeout period, I assume, after 26, that we're really going to need all of, their services for. There would be funds available to try and do this. And I know that, this board has talked about a grant writer and trying to do something. I think this may be a great way to try and get some traction with this and not have to worry about potential benefits and pension costs and things of that nature as well. So.
If I could add a little context.
Yep, go ahead, Sam, you're next.
The Beta folks actually were very complimentary of CSS. And my sense is that they are, pretty knowledgeable about these things. If they use them, I think that's a pretty good recommendation. And they were talking about, they thought it was on a contingency basis in terms of what they'd done. I think maybe that winds up as the same thing as building in their fee into the grant number. So I think that works in a productive way there. And one of the things I was most interested in with this is an opportunity for this board, or the new board, I guess it'll be, to actually manage and target that process, because my sense is that we've been opportunistic frequently in the past about there's money out there, let's go find it and then figure out how to spend it. And it seems to me that there are some big things that these folks may know a lot about to help us get money for things like wastewater for Route 9, for example, or pedestrian crossings for the causeways, things that have been sort of out of range historically. And maybe these people can find, either federal or other money to unlock some of those opportunities. So I think for me, at least, part of our goal setting process coming up here might be to find ways to pick one or two, big areas, and then maybe a few smaller ones to say, can you help us find significant money for these kind of things, like, $10 million, $20 million or some crazy number. And maybe they know some of those things. So at least I think it's worth asking the question. And I think you're right, Mark, finding somebody like this who does it for a living across a broad range of opportunities is potentially a lot more productive than finding an individual who may have expertise in, one or two areas. Somebody, may do wastewater or may do, I don't know, school buildings or whatever.
Mhm.
You want to look at. I think this could be a pretty interesting way. And again, it's a way that we've got money for, and we can test it and see if it doesn't pan out, we'll try something else.
I think it's easier to get a return on your investment by doing
Sure.
it this way.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's pretty exciting, I think. So, thank you.
Remember that next year, Sam.
That's right.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
So I would suggest that we actually bring her in the next meeting and let her tell us where we could probably find some money and then use that for the goal setting process. Let's see, let's.
Maybe, but I guess I'd rather tell her what we want. I mean, if she says, there's great opportunity for, I don't know, beekeeping grants or some crazy thing.
For what grant?
Beekeeping, I don't care about that one. No disrespect to the town clerk.
But we don't have, yeah, but I guess
Yeah.
I would suggest, well, beekeeping is not on our town.
But
capital
anyway,
plan, But
maybe conversation back and forth. I mean, I would hope that.
All right, so
do that.
fine.
Let's have ideas that we might have and say, can you do this? Can you, or she might say, no money for that, but you might think about this over here. I'd like to be more of a two-way conversation, I guess, which I think we could come up with some good ideas.
do we want to spend a little bit of money and provide her our capital plan? And have her take a look and at least give some thoughts on some of these things to at least establish a bit of a baseline?
That might be helpful. Capital plan and some things that some of the committees are doing, for example, not maybe budget and no money in the capital plan yet, but here are projects that we're considering out here.
Mhm.
So I think that would be good.
Okay.
Priming the pump a little bit.
Yeah, and also, when we went through the exercise of coming up with a very long wish list of earmark requests, that could also be something you send to CSS of, do you see any other way we could get this? I think what sounds good about this is, I'm remembering the effort that the discussion we had about the, EDC position and how trying to combine it with a grant writer position. One of the reasons why I think that didn't gain enough support to really push it over the finish line is this awkwardness of having those responsibilities combined with the EDC coordinator position. So if there's a way that we can make progress on identifying grants that are appropriate for the town, and then also make progress, I mean, certainly in my mind for a goal for the next fiscal year is, with another prominent business on Route 9 leaving, thinking about making progress, coming to a decision about what to do with that EDC coordinator position. I think doing it over again, I would not combine the grant writer functions with the EDC coordinator position. So if that's the direction we're going to go in, we should try to find some other way of making progress on grant writing. This sounds like a good option to pursue. What do you think of that?
I just don't see any downside to this. I mean, we got $42,000 left in the ARPA. I mean, this is ARPA money, guys, that we're talking about that we set aside and we barely spent it. So it's still in that pot or in that bucket. So I just don't see what we've got to lose to give it a shot, given they did a great job as far as, helping us figure out what we could do with the ARPA money, whether we could spend the whole thing the way we wanted to or not. So that was very professionally done. It looks like they've got a big range of abilities here as far as this kind of stuff, given what Beta said about
Yep,
them.
yep.
Yeah, so,
No reason we shouldn't get started. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so anybody have a disagreement with, I don't think we can vote on this. We'll just, it's gonna be on an agenda coming up, okay? All right, so good job, Sam, on that one. Okay, so employee survey. So Lisa, Andrew, who wants to handle this one?
Sure. So, as you may recall, at the goal setting meeting we had in July of last year, one of the goals was to conduct a survey of our employees, which we did. Lisa and I worked together with Vanessa and coming up with series of kind of general questions that then went out through the form of an online survey. You see in the summary memo in the packet about the number of surveys that went out and the responses. And this the survey really had two components. One is series of questions about views on, collaboration among among departments in the town, whether people thought they were getting the right level of support in terms of training, development, morale, support from the select board or other boards. And there was a numerical rating and an option for a narrative response. Overall, the majority of both the numerical and the narrative responses were positive, and that people felt good about working here, which is good. Now, one of the narrative responses that we got frequently, the responses came shortly after the board had decided not to award ARPA premium pay. And there were negative responses based on that. There were no positive responses based on that decision. So, but that's just a decision that caused some people were dissatisfied. That passes. But in terms of what we can do to improve employees' overall experience, what the memo here, it distills some things that we could possibly do, and they're more, smaller items that you do them in conjunction, maybe build progress. Like I know Lisa has been a big promoter. I think it's been a good thing of the employee breakfast and the board appreciation breakfast. And we should be doing kind of more things like that. Before I just go into some kind of specific things we could do, one comment that comes out of these survey is just for people on boards and committees, not just the select board, but other boards, to just remember that often, our employees can sometimes feel pulled in multiple different directions of, having a board and committee that is sometimes not have the same level of familiarity with an issue, saying go in this direction and then wanting to go in a different direction, etc. So we should just, there's no specific recommendation. I mean, it's something that we should always think about and keep in mind, is that, there's an impact sometimes on that in terms of overall morale. So then just things specifically we can do. I mean, one of the things that we can do is, part of it has to do with just the way that we have some departments in the townhouse, some in Bourneville Hall, some in South Union, etc., is to do things intentionally that cause more interaction, communication between departments, particularly people who are not regularly communicating with each other. So, I mean, one of the things that we could do, and I've seen this done in other organizations that I've been involved in, is having a newsletter, either, internally or externally, that just takes the time to feature, here's a summary of what different departments got accomplished, like a little bit of how, I don't remember whether it's year end or December 30, we highlight the accomplishments of certain, and reliably, some departments always take the time to fill it out. Some are not as good about doing that, but just having an exercise where you encourage people to just tell us what you're doing, and then have that circulated. And then you could do it in a number of different ways, just among the employees and boards and committees, or, put it on the town website too. Are there other ways we can have events to express appreciation for our employees? Like the employee breakfast that we've had. Is there a way we can do that a little more regularly that involves, like, we have select board office hours where, people come in, it's often sometimes the usual frequent flyers or people we've seen before. But, it's another select board responsibility if we did this, but, have a schedule kind of like that where, I don't want to say almost randomly, but some department heads or people that work in different departments we don't usually hear from, to just, have a coffee or have lunch and just people talk about what they're doing. So those are the main kind of takeaways, I think, from this survey. And Lisa, do you want to add anything?
No, Andrew, I think you really covered it well. I think for me, some of the things in here I think would be easy for the board going forward to help improve morale, which is always a good thing. Not that there's a morale problem, but I think some of these are such easy fixes for the board to act upon. I think all the employees that did take the time to do this. I think we got tremendous feedback here. And again, I think the board should certainly act upon some of these things. So that's it.
So maybe what we do, Andrew and Sam, this was a goal. You met the goal. We did the survey, right? So now for the next goal setting session, we take these action items and decide which ones, we want to do. And start picking some of these off. Yeah,
Comment?
of course.
Great job. I think this is very important and interesting to me because one of the key things that came out of the master plan was the importance of sense of community. And I think that works on Southborough as a whole. More things we can do there, I think, very helpful in terms of the overall community feeling, spirit, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that works at the town staff level as well, certainly. And Mark hit on the word teamwork, which I think is a key one. I'm always appreciative of the staff breakfasts kind of thing. And thank you, Lisa, Chelsea, for supporting that kind of stuff. But I'm also very surprised at the number of people I run into at those events who don't know their colleagues. It's fascinating that particularly DPW, for example, doesn't seem to be that plugged into Townhouse. There are exceptions, certainly, but it's great to see people actually meet one another and talk about what they do a little bit at those things. And I think that really builds a strong sense of, staff spirit in a very positive way. And I think, Andrew, a great suggestion for us to maybe spend some time at, I don't know whether it's department meetings or just wandering around, stopping in and chatting with people in the departments to make people feel like we appreciate what they do, which we do certainly, but also provide an opportunity for feedback. Sometimes people just want to make comments or ask questions or, what's going on with what. Again, I'm always surprised how little people know about what's going on in other parts of the organization that they aren't in. And people are interested in this kind of thing. So I think making a more conscious effort to sort of travel around and talk with people and bring people together in various groups like the staff, like the volunteers. Those volunteer events are great because most of those folks don't know much about the other committees out there. And so having a chance to talk that way, I think just reinforces some very positive feelings about participating in those kind of things. It makes it easier to get volunteers for other committees. So again, excellent suggestions. And I think the ball is in our court to try to figure out how to drive that more actively than we have even in the past. Thank you.
So, the breakfast is a hit. So I agree, more things like that would be good. We tried really hard to put as many departments on our agendas as we could, just to see, but it's hard. The agendas were so jam-packed. We got a few in, but we certainly didn't get everybody covered. So going out and specifically meeting with them, like you suggest, I think is a great idea, as an alternative to, we just don't have room to put everybody on agenda.
We could do some of that by actually attending some of the committee meetings.
Yep.
So, at least circulating around that more. And there are some committees that don't get a lot of attention. So again, as much as we can to be able to sort of reinforce that communication, either formally or informally, I think could be an interesting goal for us going forward.
Okay with that? Go ahead, Chelsea.
I also think, when I'm at this building a lot and Corderville Hall a lot, and just stopping in and saying hi to the employees, I think goes a long way, and it doesn't have to be scheduled. Even, I have to walk through a few departments to get to the health department. And I just think acknowledging them, it doesn't cost us anything, right? And it's impromptu. And I think that is one of the biggest things that I've learned, being on the board.
Sure. Okay, so got a plan. We will put this on our goal setting agenda to start picking some of these things off.
Sounds good.
Right. Okay, good job on the survey. That goal was complete. Okay, next one is, we're going to talk about the possibly finalizing the public comment policy again. So we started it last week. We started looking at the one that Jay's office had sent to their 25 client communities. The suggestions that mostly I think Andrew made have been incorporated into the document you have, that's blue lined and red lined. So the red marked it from what he remembered from the meeting, the blue are what I added to it. So not a lot of changes. We basically added the section Andrew wanted as far as having attorneys or whomever identify who they represent if they're not representing themselves. And I believe Andrew, so you see with the word, so I don't think we can require it, but we request it. So I use request.
Do we not require individuals to do that?
Well, it says we do require individuals, and then it says, I would prefer that it require it, but as long as it
I'm
has to
happy,
be okay.
but for some reason, I thought that maybe you thought we couldn't say require, so I changed the R word.
I don't see it in the packet. Did we get it separately?
It was in the pack. Well, I emailed it to you today as far as the red line one.
Oh,
I marked it,
All
marked
right.
it about, I don't know, 3 o'clock or so. So look at your email about 3 o'clock.
Separate document.
All that was in the packet was what we had last week.
What if someone refuses?
Well, that's really the significance of this whole policy, is it's got a lot of, you think you should do this chair has discretion to do this. The reason to have a policy, and I know, there's some debate about whether we should have a policy or not, is it sets a set of circumstances under which a chair can say, I'm not going to allow you to talk, right? Or, so, and that's a pretty narrow set of circumstances. That's what one of the points of that decision is. So, it should be thought of very carefully. The reason I had suggested that was just one pet peeve I had from like 8 years ago of a circumstance where I thought it's, not appropriate for someone to come up and give a long speech if they're not willing to even identify, if they're an attorney or a representative. You got to make a connection to, I represent,
Well,
Southborough
a
residents.
resident, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think necessarily that's a First Amendment issue. As much as making
just for
effective use
the
of
same
words
reason
and
that,
the public's understanding
yeah.
the issue. But
So you are okay with required.
As long as our town council would be as well.
All right, so if he's okay, you want required. Sam?
me too.
Okay. Okay, so Chelsea, so all we did, the very first thing, all we did was add that this only applies to who we have the ability to apply it to, right? Other boards that are independent will have to do their own thing. Board of Health will have to do its own thing, right? So that's all the first thing does. And the second thing, and then we added the word may, and then we added the main thing was what we added in paragraph 3. Yeah, as far as we said, and that was it. So it's pretty cut and dry as far as it changes, proposed changes.
I still, and I'm just gonna give my opinion. I'm not wed either way because I'm not gonna be here next meeting, but I still think being consistent on a time restraint or limitation, I would encourage you to consider putting that in there. And if you're gonna enforce it.
So rather than let each select board each year decide on what they want to do as far as front and last and 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 2 minutes. That's the other alternative, is let each board decide that kind of detail. And then whether they're going to have, the timer sitting there to ding or not. So I think that's the kind of flexibility I wish each board would have rather than ingraining it in this.
I just think no matter what you do, you have to be consistent. If you don't choose not to put it in there and you decide at the beginning of the year, it's going to be 3 minutes. I just think you need to be consistent.
Everybody agree? Consistency is good. As far as here, the dress is so, I know Lisa, you said, just don't do it. And so I hear you, but so I hear you and I understand the argument there, but I still think that on balance, I'd rather have something in writing that we can refer to so that it's there.
And I would certainly support that, Kathy. I mean, again, I won't be sitting here, but if the board that's sitting here, the three members that are going to be left, think this is the path, I would certainly be supportive of that.
Yeah, I think it's helpful to have a written policy.
So are you okay with what is proposed here as far as the fairly minor changes of what Jay's office has put together?
Yeah.
Andrew,
Yes.
Chelsea? Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion. Sorry, Tim. See, I'm turning
Yeah.
this way, so you're gonna have to say, look over. Go ahead.
So you may have noticed that occasionally I comment.
But you're commenting about an agenda item.
Yes, well, I've known to do that too. So I was persuaded by Lisa's comment at the previous meeting that said, maybe we don't need one. But I think a couple of things. One is that I've attended and participated in a wide range of the committee meetings across town. And each of the committees has a different personality, has a different style, it has a different set of requirements, a different density of agendas and all that. I'm inclined to think that a policy is not really what you want. I think what you want is more along the lines of guidelines than a policy. And I think there are really two audiences for guidelines for comment. One is a set of guidelines for the chair that says, in general, you encourage, public comment, you encourage a certain set of behaviors and norms. And I think there's a second audience, which is the public, that says, okay, so if you're going to comment, this is sort of what we expect. And I think I wrote some of this down a while ago and I said, if you can't fit each of those on one side in small print of a 4x6 card, it's too long and it's too complicated because no one's going to read it and it's too prescriptive. I think in terms of having the authority, the chair having the authority to control what happens, that's very clear in the open meeting law, Mass General Laws, chapter 30, I think it is. It says, the chair has the ability to recognize people or not. No one may speak unless, recognized by the chair, and the chair can have someone ejected. I mean, that's not a question for your policy. I mean, that's just what the law is for how things work. And so I think rather than trying to have a policy which has this sense of it's prescriptive and this is the way it's going to be, I think it's better to have some trust in the chairs and having the committees select chair people who will use reasonable judgment. And I think it's reasonable along Sam's lines to have a guidelines kind of document that says, this is the standard. And you might vary from it, based on your committee. I mean, for example, I can't think of a time that the assessors have ever met in public session other than to go into executive session, because all they do is go through, lists of exemption of abatements and exceptions and, all this stuff. And having public comment for that it's rarely going to be useful, right? On the other hand, you're always time limited. I think time, by the way, is not a really good idea in general, because either it intimidates people or it encourages them to fill the available time. As one or the other, it doesn't really solve the problem, as opposed to a chair saying, I think we get your point. It's been repetitive, thank you. So that's sort of my 2 cents on this. I think a policy and something that's prescriptive and something that, tries to be like a bylaw and spell out all the corner cases, even if it only fits on 2 pages now, if you try and fill it out in a year from now, it's going to be 4 pages and then it's going to be 6 pages. And I don't think it's as useful as having a set of reasonable guidelines to set expectations for chairs. That the general rule is, we want public comment, but we got to do our job too. And having something, that's short for the public that says, we expect you to be, as brief as possible and no longer, and, please be respectful of time. So I don't want to go on longer at the risk of breaking my own rules.
You've exceeded your limit of public comment. I'd also comment the assessors actually have gotten in the past a lot of public comment at the tax classification meetings as they've discussed the single versus split tax rates. But again, I think that some amount of prescription is useful for many people. And there are people who, aren't as familiar with the process. And I think this is helpful for people. The sort of the frequent flyers, as Andrew commented, need less of this maybe, but I'm a fan of providing some structure, and I'm not consumed about whether you call it a guideline or a policy. I'd be happy to call this a guideline, but I guess I like this level of detail personally, so I respectfully disagree.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the amended document generated by Jay Tellerman's office, subject to town council review of the changes we've made.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? All right. Okay, next one is the ARPA spreadsheet. So Chelsea wanted to take a look at this, not to vote on using it, but to make sure that we kind of know where everything stands that we have appropriated. So I've given you, this is, the spreadsheet's gotten pretty wide, so it's hard to put it on one screen. So I printed it out in a way I think you can see it. So you've got it in front of you. So let's just run through these so we know, because, as we know, time flies. Carla did a great job. So Carla updated everything here as far as what's been spent. So that's her column there as far as what's been spent. So we can kind of figure out where we need to check and see why things aren't going. And it's going to show us that there's some money we can move out of these buckets too. So what I asked her today is, after I saw this, is to go back and now find out if whatever it is done. Like, is the architect fee for the senior center done? So we can take that extra $8,000 out of there. So that will happen at a next meeting, to actually try to move some stuff, hopefully down to the tax reduction bucket. Okay, so starting from the top, I can do this quick. So some things are obvious. Architect fee for the senior center is probably done. So looks like it's under. 88 upgrades. We'll have to ask John Parent what's going on there. Remind him he's got to get going on that one, right? It's 50K. Chelsea, are we done with?
No, so that's for FY 23. So that would make sense on that.
All right, so that's something's left in that one.
Yeah.
Because that's probably going to get zeroed out.
Yeah.
Okay, breakneck assessment, that's 0, so done. Audit is done. The mailing is done. So we just talked about the consultant for ARPA, so we know we got money left there. Okay, going on down to the next section. The ADA upgrades for rec related, so we will have to talk to John about that one. Nothing's been done there. We know what's going on in senior center. That should hopefully get going soon. I don't know what the $473 is that's been spent, but whatever. The mental health, so we need to talk to Sarah and make sure. I know she's having trouble. She told us this when she was here, finding the clinician. The interface contract should take care of itself. It'll be in next year's budget. And then they're starting to spend a little bit of the outreach there. So we just got to remind her what her deadline is as far as making sure she's got it lined up and to get spent. We may have some money left over with the signage. I think that's probably done, but check out so we can pull that money back, that 4,000 back. So that $58,000 is next. So what we voted on that night was $70,000 in this bucket, and we used 12 for the taxation relief committee. So we got the 58 to be used specifically for economic relief to residents, which is different than tax relief. This is, when somebody really has an issue economically, we've got money to try to help them. So we ought to go back and start looking at that and start trying to find homes for that too. Sam and Andrew.
So a good program to look at would be the rent and mortgage program too, on how that was run.
Yep.
And
So reinstate it?
no, but look at
How, it
the
was-
four-
how you pick people.
yeah, right. And the process.
Yep.
And if you forget, you can call me.
And the senior center actually I think has some good programs there as well.
All right, so we'll look at seniors and we'll look at how that was run. But we should get this one done. So there's no reason to let that one sit there much longer. Okay, the trail enhancements, let's see, what's she saying there? So that's sparse, and I'm sure that's under control. The culvert is done. We got a little bit of money left over there, so we should be able to, so she'll tell us whether it's done, so we'll pull that out of there if that is completely paid for. Peninsula Trail hasn't started and she is having trouble with bids on that one, right?
Yeah, there was some issues with the bid, and so we're looking at, and I appreciate Tim Davis has been helpful with that as well. As well as with Melanie in our office, trying to restructure that bid, make it more, attractive to bidders.
This is the bid where no one responded.
Yeah, this is the bid where, so we had a pre-bid conference because it is a little bit complex. It was mandatory to attend, only one bidder attended. So only one bidder would be eligible to bid and that person didn't bid. So yes, we essentially had no one.
All right, so that needs to be addressed. Okay, next one has been spent. That's the $12,000 we gave to Liz Kesselman and her committee. The shop C consultants, I assume that's just being spent over time. That's Sarah, so that'll get spent. We'll have to make sure Dorian knows that. Next one is the crosswalk to get to the new trail. So we'll have to make sure Kat knows that's gotta get going. Clickers, he's gonna do them. So that's gonna happen. I'm not worried about that one. Tree removal, we used it. That one's done, as we know. The Wi-Fi survey it looks like it's probably done. It's not much left in it, so. Body cameras, that's zeroed out. The website is in process. We're going to start, we've got one email, so they got it in beta, right? So that is being worked on. So that looks like it's in good shape as far as timing goes. The next one we took back, that's a $20,000 for the working group to get some plans done. They didn't need that. Okay, then what Carla did, this was helpful. So she did this next part. She actually took the money that we used for fiscal year 24 as far as reducing the real estate tax levy and listed for, so it's not just one lump sum like it was. So she actually put it in there. And let's see, none of that's been, a couple things have started. So do we have the UTV now? Is that what's going on?
We saw it.
Yeah, we actually saw it. It just needs to be outfitted, and I think that's probably what the balance of the 12,000 is. Yeah, it's been delivered.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's big.
Where is it? The public safety building?
Yeah.
Yep.
They still have to do some outfitting for it. They can't really use it yet, but it's very impressive. If it runs over you, you'll feel it.
Yeah, I don't know.
The next one is retrofitting the public safety training room with upgraded audio, visual, et cetera. It looks like that one may be done. It's at least spent.
It's not done, but it's committed to for contractual wise, but that work is actually gonna be done, I think, sometime in the next month or so.
All right. Sidewalks, we have charged CIPC with that, so I'm sure we will hear from them sometime in the near future. The next one, so.
No.
So can we talk about this one?
Before you guys
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about
So-
that.
So. Sam.
Yes.
Listen to that tone of voice. So Sam,
I'm not here.
So I have concerns about allocating ARPA money to purchase a piece of property that should go to town meeting. And I talked to Carla today about any ramifications of buying property using ARPA funds. And one of the things that the auditor talked about, and it wasn't specific to Southborough, so it was in a general meeting, was that if you, and I don't know all the tax implications or anything like that, but if you purchase property and then you sell the property, you owe money back. So if you use ARPA funds.
Yeah.
So, yep. So I would rather.
You ever sell?
I don't know what the terms are.
Yeah.
But I think it's a position that we wouldn't want to put ourselves in. So what I'd like to suggest, given the time frame that this money needs to be spent, and I don't know what your timing is for National Grid, is that we move this to tax relief for FY 25. And if National Grid is on the warrant, then you just saved yourself 232,000 on something else that you can slide this in. It's still gonna have the same net effect if it's a year from now, but I just don't think this is. I wouldn't vote for it. Using this funds. That doesn't mean I wouldn't vote for taking the property. I just think that this is not the right use of the ARPA funds, and I'd rather it go to something that is not as complicated.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the point, and I guess I'm interested in understanding more of the technical details. I mean, is that exactly what would happen?
Yeah, so we should definitely
our auditor
move on with
maybe.
that, because you really brought up two things. I'm with you on time. So I mean, you can solve that with taking a town meeting, just saying, you know, the article says it's gonna be funded by ARPA money, but still letting town meeting approve of it. So you can
Mhm.
still do that. You get it,
Yeah.
you can get that one done. And I agree that we probably should do that. But remember too, there are people that do want us to buy that to put a wastewater treatment there. So and there's nothing here. You can't look at this and go, oh, this is all ARPA, or this is all, you know, pandemic related.
No.
We were able to use it for anything. So I don't buy that we shouldn't use this for art, but I do if there is some type of technical recapture here.
Yeah.
So we definitely ought to get to the bottom of that.
Mhm.
And if that's the case, we would probably need to move it, but I don't want to move it tonight. Let's get the answer to that.
Find out the
Okay.
detail first, yeah.
But you know, we can't help but laugh a little bit at this one, as we say goodnight to.
I was gonna name that the Chelsea Park.
All right, so the next two are website, or we've talked about, so it's Wi-Fi and website, they're underway. Then we've only got a paltry $66,000 in.
Before you start talking about in the past tense, you know, this is something that is still, remember, there was also an ARPA committee that thought that this was worthwhile. and-
They did.
Yeah.
But look, the amount of the money is such that you know, you could make the case about why the town should just buy it with a funding source.
Regular
other than ARPA.
process, yeah, yeah, you could. I could make that case. I don't know how.
And
go.
Yeah.
you're talking about someone for grants. Put this on your
I
list.
know.
See if there's money out there for it.
But notice the paltry amount we've got in general tax relief. We're gonna move a few things in, I think, from above, but paltry. So it would help that bucket. So. we
So can I do this? Can I make a motion that the 230, I gotta do something, Sam, before I get off the board, because this item has bothered me since we started this. So can I make a motion? I'm gonna make a motion that the 232,000 affiliated with National Grid property will go to FY 25 bucket for tax relief if there are implications of purchasing the land with ARPA funds.
If the future board determines that there are concerns about that, I mean, what's an implication? There's an implication that it might be out there in 1% chance. I'm not worried about it. If it's 90% chance there's a problem, I am worried about it. So
I'd rely on your
I understand the
auditor.
concept. I'm actually fine with the concept,
Mhm.
but
I'm just saying, I don't want you to put it to something else. I want it to go to tax relief if
Yeah.
you're not gonna use it for National Grid.
okay, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna strike that prior motion. And I'm gonna move that the 232,000 affiliated with the National Grid property on the ARPA spreadsheet go to FY 25 relief bucket if it will not be used for the National Grid property.
Okay,
Second.
Yep.
But you
That's
need to,
reasonable.
but you need to find that answer out.
yes, yep,
Do I need to put that in my motion too? Are you good with that?
I promise.
Okay.
We'll do it, Chelsea, don't worry.
All right.
Okay,
Second,
all right. Any further discussion? All in favor? Okay.
that may have cost you naming rights, but okay.
Okay. All we said, Sam, is if, you know, if it gets moved, she's just saying what bucket it's gonna
Yep,
go to.
yep.
Because we've only got
About trying-
$66,000 in that bucket right now. That's reasonable.
I'm worried about what we did this year and implications for next year, so.
Is this the voice of
And you
experience?
should
It's
be.
easier to build a wastewater. treatment.
That's hazardous waste.
That's right.
All depend on those valuations, 120. Okay, so we've gone through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's done. What's last? That's it. Public comment. Public?
Oh, no.
Anybody out there?
Yeah.
Before you go to executive, like, is the board going into executive?
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave, it's gonna take me time to break. Sorry, before the board goes into executive, I'm gonna recuse myself and leave, and then I'll just come back in and break down my stuff after.
All right, don't leave us yet. Okay. We're gonna be quick. This was pretty easy. Yeah, yeah. All right, so no public comments. So I will make a motion for the board to go into executive session per MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21, and not return to open session to review and approve the April 18, 2023 executive session minutes using exemption 7.
Second,
Okay, roll call vote. Andrew.
Aye.
Sam.
aye.
Chelsea.
Aye.
Cook is aye, 4-0 to do that. We won't. Okay,
We're going out the front door.
so let us know, Vanessa.